Thank you, though. We heard you, though. Thank you. We're just getting some technical difficulties worked out up here, and we'll be starting any moment now. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather this evening, we humbly seek blessing upon this meeting. May we act with strength and courage and the will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice for all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Roll call, City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I do roll call, I need to do a procedural with Councilmember Jane, who is joining this evening remotely. In accordance with the Brown Act, Government Code Section 54953B, Councilmember Jane is attending tonight's meeting in audio-only teleconference. The location from where Councilmember Jane is attending was included on the agenda for this meeting. Councilmember Jane, at this time, I ask you to please confirm that the agenda for this meeting is posted at your teleconference location.
Yes, Nora. The meeting agenda for this meeting was posted in the lobby and outside the conference room where I'm sitting, and there are no members of the public here in the room with me.
Thank you. And that this location is also accessible to the public? I think you covered that.
Yes, it is accessible to the public.
Thank you. And you have already confirmed that there is no one in attendance at your teleconference location?
That is correct.
Thank you. So all votes taken during this teleconference meeting shall be roll call vote only tonight. With that, Councilmember Watanabe.
Here.
Councilmember Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Hardy.
Present.
Vice Mayor Park.
Here.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes, here.
Councilmember Becker.
Present.
Mayor Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you. I'll read the Statement of Behavioral Standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. If we have registered lobbyists attending this evening, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you may represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you. So good evening, everyone, and welcome back. I know many of you were here at our last meeting. So just a reminder, for today's meeting, the council is back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can join via the link and or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. So we're going to move on with the council agenda, but thank you very much for that. And so I see that physically here in the chambers, there is a lot of signs. And I know that we have members of the public that are here on both sides of the issue, or maybe 3 or 4 sides of this issue. So I'm going to ask you if you want to raise your sign right now so we can all see it. And then afterwards, we can see the signs now. Thank you. I want the council members to be able to see all these signs. And then I'm going to ask you to put them down after so that everyone has an opportunity to see the PowerPoints and view the council members up here and our city staff. Again, I'm going to ask that we all be respectful, whether you agree with what's happening or not, and please don't cry out or chant or anything like that, because we want everyone to feel comfortable here in the council chambers and to feel that it's a safe place for them to be. So we want to welcome everyone to the council chambers, regardless of how you feel about this issue. So thank you very much for your cooperation. So I'm going to ask you if you can please put those signs down now. So you can put them at your feet so we can still kind of see them. So I want to first of all introduce our brand new city manager, Jovan Grogan, this will be his first meeting here in the city of Santa Clara. So I want to give him a warm welcome from our community. So welcome, Jovan. We will hear a little bit more from him next Tuesday about himself and everything, but this is a good meeting to get your feet wet here in the city of Santa Clara. So welcome, city manager. It's nice to see a city manager and a city attorney sitting in those seats. So happy to have that. So for this evening, I just wanted to let you know a little bit about what's happened. So we had, for many of you, you know that last Tuesday we started this item, and we had the staff reports, the council questions. We went through a pretty substantial public presentations from members of the public. We listened to many members of the public, and thank you all for coming out and testifying before us either in person or online last Tuesday. We have also continued to, we have received dozens and dozens and dozens of emails, PowerPoints, materials. We have a petition with over 5,000 wet signatures on it. And we have a lot of information that I know all of us have received individually as well. And we've read all of those emails and those PowerPoints and looked at the petitions and everything. So I just want to thank you for fully informing us of this issue on both sides of the issue, because as I said last time, this item has had larger participation than any item since I've been on the city council for quite a while. So thank you all for educating us as well from different perspectives. We appreciate that. So tonight we have just finished the public presentations, and I'm going to turn it over to our new city manager, and he's going to explain what's going to happen next. So city manager.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, members of the public, Jovan Grogan, City Manager. As the Mayor mentioned, I am on day 2, and so it is certainly my honor and privilege to have been appointed to serve the citizens of Santa Clara and the organization. So we are certainly here for a very important item in a reconvened meeting from the meeting that occurred on April 25th to discuss the proposed home key interim housing development on county-owned land located at Lawrence Expressway and Benton Street. This item certainly has generated significant public engagement, and tonight's presentation will be provided by Andrew Crabtree, the city's Community Development Director, and so I will invite Mr. Crabtree to the podium. After that, staff, the city attorney will certainly be available for questions from council and to support you through all of your deliberations tonight.
Thank you, City Manager. Before we do that, I'd like to go to our council member, Raj Chahal, who was not present last week. He wants to make a statement for this evening. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to let you know, while you were going through the exercise of last Tuesday, I was in my flight, so I could not attend the meeting in person or remotely, but I did review the tape of 6 hours, 48 minutes fully, and I appreciate the enthusiasm from the residents one way or the other, and your great participation on that. I rest assured I have looked at most of the emails, I've looked at the data you submitted, and I listened to the tape fully and watched the tape fully. So I'm here to make a decision today based on my gathering all the facts what were presented. So rest assured I've seen the tape of your last Tuesday meeting. Thank you. That's
Thank
it.
you, Councilmember Chahal. Director Crabtree.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, and community members. So as is our standard process, following public comment, staff is asked to give a response, provide information that responds to the questions and comments that were received from the community member and the City Council. So I have a presentation tonight that does that. It addresses these 7 issues that you see listed on the slides. I'm not going to go into every topic that was covered in the 5 and 6 hours of testimony last week. So if there are additional council questions beyond what I cover, we are prepared, staff as well as the representatives of the county and Life Moves are available to help answer those questions. But just summarizing what we will be addressing, we're going to speak a little bit to the process around the Project Home Key application, the need for interim housing in Santa Clara, project costs, our proposed funding to address those costs, the question of financial risk to the city as a sponsor, the CEQA compliance for this process, and the number and type of residents allowed, as well as security and operations. So first, speaking to the question of the process, as mentioned previously, going back to 2021, we had a study session at which the staff presented 2 Project Home Key projects that were under consideration in the city. We didn't ask the City Council to take action on those as they were not going through our process, but we were informing the council of those, one of which was on White Oaks Lane. And at that point, the City Council did say not that they did not support that project, but the council did direct staff to work with Life Moves and to pursue a potential Project Home Key development at a different location within the city of Santa Clara. In 2022, the city convened a homelessness task force that had several meetings. At the conclusion, made a dozen recommendations that we brought forward to the City Council at a study session in January. Amongst those was a discussion around the need for an interim housing type project. And at that point, we also informed the City Council that there was a potential project at the location of Benton and Lawrence on the county-owned property. We received direction from City Council to proceed to do outreach around that proposal and to take input from the community and to address that input and incorporate some of it into the project that we brought forward to the City Council. The timing for this is very much driven by the state's home key funding timeline. The current round that we're in, round 3, was announced. The funding was made available about 2 weeks ago. This is a competitive process. The state has also indicated that there would not be a round 4, so this is the last opportunity to take advantage of the home key funding. Funding has been awarded for rounds 1 and 2 on a first-come, first-served sort of basis. As applications come in and they meet the state's criteria, they're awarded until the money is used up. In round 2, they exceeded the amount that was available, and they made some allocations looking into round 3 already, and borrowed from those funds. So we're looking at a somewhat diminished amount of funding that's available as we move forward. So our goal in proceeding quickly to the city council meeting was to put the city in the position where the city could be competitive if the city council decides to proceed with an application. Following the 4 community meetings that we had, staff worked with the project proponents to revise the project, and to that takes some time working with the architect, contractor, come up with new cost estimates, and so we've been very actively working on this project for the last few months. I just want the council to be aware of that. And we're doing what we can to provide information as quickly and as comprehensively as we can, but just recognizing that each step does take time. Specifically looking at how the project was modified, as mentioned previously, when we first went out to the community, we talked about different potential scenarios that included up to 124 units for singles primarily and some couples in the mix. We had this rendering that was a 4-story building that you see here on the left. Following the 4 rounds of community engagement, we did work with the Life Moves and the county to revise the project to what you see represented here on the image on the right, which is a 30-unit project that would be for families, and it's 3 stories in height. So I want to speak a little bit to the question of why are we looking at doing an interim housing project. First, I want to just again reiterate that interim housing is different than a shelter or permanent supportive housing. These are different types of housing. There's what you call sort of a continuum of housing, of supportive housing options that are developed the city participates in these. A shelter would be traditionally, sort of a large facility, single room perhaps with multiple beds. Someone would be brought in for the night perhaps. It's more of an emergency sort of to get someone out of the cold kind of situation. On the other sort of side of interim housing is permanent supportive housing, which really functions sort of as like a regular apartment building. Someone moves in, they have established their tenant rights, and they're expected to stay there longer term. The interim housing options is something we don't currently have in the city of Santa Clara like this that would serve families, and it's intended to provide a place for families to live for typically 4 to 6 months, during which time they could be in the process of moving into permanent supportive housing or to some other type of a housing solution for them. It's really meant to be a sort of place that can immediately receive a family that's in need of housing, provide them with shelter as quickly as possible. This was something that was specifically identified as a gap in the housing options available within Santa Clara by the Homelessness Task Force, and was part of the recommendations that the council heard back in January. As sort of mentioned, this would be a unique project within Santa Clara. We have some other, we have a variety of other affordable housing options, including some that are in the interim category, but as mentioned, one on El Camino Real is intended to phase out and become permanent supportive housing in the near future. Other options are really focused on teens or other specific populations. And then the question was raised a few times as how is this different than the White Oaks Lane proposal? And first I would say that, as mentioned before too, that project was not really well developed. It was brought to staff, and in our assessment, there was not a viable financial plan for it, for how to finance it going forward. It was not clear how the cost would be covered for construction or the initial 5 years of operation. And so that was the first significant concern. The second was that the site is more integrated into a neighborhood. The site that we're looking here is not immediately adjacent to a residential. It has a creek on one side, the church adjacent, and commercial uses as well as major streets. So for those reasons, this site was seen as being superior to the White Oaks Lane proposal. This is some of the background information that was presented to the City Council at the study session in January. In summary, it just shows that the homeless population has been growing in the county as well as in Santa Clara generally over the last 10 years. And we do have, as noted, a significant number of families that are in that homeless category. And so based on that, we do believe that there's a sufficient demand or significant demand for interim family housing. We do recognize that over the course of this project, it would likely provide housing for people who weren't necessarily from Santa Clara. We're not just expecting that all of the residents would be from Santa Clara. Specifically, we are looking at entering into an arrangement with the shelter in Sunnyvale so that some families that are there now, which is really not a good location, would be able to gain access to this project in exchange for that. And then the city would have access to those shelter beds in Sunnyvale for some of our homeless singles or couples that need a place. So just kind of summarizing that interim housing or transitional housing, as it's labeled here, is one of several types of supportive housing. There's really a number of services that are trying to address homelessness in many different ways, whether it be from prevention early on or eventually getting people into permanent housing. This is just one of these two, and our proposal tonight would address that gap. Also, I would mention, in terms of the physical form of this, as you may have noticed on the rendering, it really does look like an apartment building. There are 30 units in the proposal. Each has a kitchenette, a bathroom, and 2 bedrooms. So they're sort of small, sort of equivalent of a small apartment, which is, again, different than what a shelter type construction might look like. So to kind of review the funding, I mentioned that the construction and the costs are broken into 2 categories. There's the construction costs, which are, we believe, conservatively estimated at $32.5 million. And then there are the operation costs, which are approximately $3.75 million per year annually. And in terms of preparing our application for Project Homekey, it's advantageous to the city to show how funding would be covered for the first 7 years of operation. The construction cost of the $32.5 million, $5 million has been pledged by the Sobrato Philanthropies. Our application for Project Homekey would request $22.5 million. The remaining $6.5 million would be from the county. However, if there were construction overruns, the county would cover those from other funds that they have. As stated last week, however, that could then take monies away from the operating funds since the county is intending to use whatever money not used for construction to cover the initial operation costs. On the operating side, again, we would receive a little bit over, we'd be asking for a little bit more than $4 million from Project Homekey. We have the monies from the county. Life Moves has pledged to provide $7 million as a match of the city's investment. The city, we are looking for $7 million then from the city to cover the operating costs for the initial 7 years. And as we presented it to the city council, of that $7 million, $1.5 million would come from PLHA funds, which the city has access to. They're administered by the county, but they are intended for use in Santa Clara. And then $5.5 million could come from the city's special revenue funds, which are a fund that is money that's collected from new development that comes into the city and pays into it under the city's affordable housing ordinance. It's either a commercial linkage fee or a residential in lieu fee that funds that. We currently have a little bit over $9 million in that fund. And since the city's monies would be used over the next 7 or 8 years, that fund would continue to grow at the same time and could be replenished. A little bit more information on the costs and how that compares. There was a lot of concern about how much we're spending. So we looked at another interim housing project in Palo Alto, and we see that the cost there per client was a little over $320,000. Ours is around $377,000. The difference here, in part, is due to the fact that we have larger units with the kitchenettes, and then also there's a little bit more economy of scale with the larger project in Palo Alto. Looking at other affordable housing projects in the city of Santa Clara, we actually see that the cost here is favorable. It's less than some of these are permanent supportive housing projects, so they're a little bit different, but you see at the per unit cost, it's less. Granted, these are all expensive buildings to build, as are most public buildings. There's prevailing wage requirements and so forth that contribute to that. I would also note, again, that in this particular case, the city's contribution is less than what the cities of San Jose and Palo Alto had contributed towards their interim housing projects. So really, it's a good return on investment, if you will, for the city in that regard, that we're being asked to put in less while the county would put in more than they did for those other projects. And the county is also contributing the land in this particular case. So our conclusion was that if the city is interested in pursuing a Project Home Key development, this is a good opportunity for the city in terms of the financing that's being brought in from other sources. Also, this is probably our only opportunity, as that there's not expected to be a round 4. The state has said there would not. So this is really the opportunity that the city has to consider at this point. So regarding financial risk to the city, a lot of questions about what would happen if there are construction cost overruns, or if there's an operating shortfall during the initial 7 years, or what happens beyond those 7 years. The development would stay for up to 30 years, for at least 30 years, potentially longer, under the Project Home Key terms. So what would be the implications? What would be the impacts? What is the risk to the city? So our responses to that, first off, is that our potential liability really depends on the city as a project sponsor. It's in doing the sponsorship that we are subject to an agreement with the state. HCD's standard agreement provides for what's called joint and several liability, which means that every party to that agreement is potentially liable and could be asked to cover costs if there is a shortfall. The implication being, if you run out of cost during construction, who's going to pay to finish construction? If you run out during operations, who's going to pay to keep it operating? And that in those cases, the city could be asked to provide the funding for that by the state. There's not been a history of this. It's not anyone expressing that as the intent, but when you do read through the language, the legal language, there is that risk to the city there. Our intention, when we brought forward the project as part of our recommendation, was to work to shift as much of that liability as possible to the county and/or Life Moves through the letter of intent that was a legal agreement that's been proposed as part of the action for the council to consider. So digging into that a little bit more, the three-party non-binding letter of intent between the city, county, and Life Moves would define each party's roles, rights, and obligations. And it could include a number of terms. We suggest as staff level that it would limit the city's financial obligations to the $7 million contribution that we've asked the council to allocate towards this project. That notably that a city council approval would be required prior to any conversion of the use from family to something else. And I know that was a big concern of the council. We do have the ability to condition the city's participation in this and to propose that that be a requirement so that if in the future there was some idea to convert it from a family housing to some other use, that would need to come back to the city council for consideration. There's also the ability to add in conditions that would require a city approval and oversight of operations, a security plan. We could add an oversight committee as was discussed at the last council meeting. And then there would be clauses related to indemnity, insurance, and other remedies to protect the city. So some of the other agreements or documents that would be included if the project were to move forward as implementation documents include a grant agreement between the state and the project sponsors, a ground lease between the county and Life Moves, project construction agreements, and operation and funding agreements. So sort of in summary, I would say, as we've talked about it, we're really at a point in the process where we're trying to prepare an application to Project Homekey. There would yet be a lot of work to do after that. If we're awarded the grant, if there's no grant, then the project ends at that point. But if we were awarded the grant, there would still be a lot of work to do to get all of these issues addressed. I'm briefly going to address some of the CEQA, or California Environmental Quality Act concerns that were raised at the meeting. As noted in our report, staff determined that the project was exempt from CEQA review under SB 35 exemption. However, there was some question about some of the terms required for that exemption. One first is that the project development cannot be in a flood zone. The diagram here on the right illustrates the location of the flood zone on the flood map. You see the blue color is the flood zone. It basically corresponds to the creek channel that is adjacent to the project site. It's a flood zone A, which is the designation given to waterways. But the way that color is applied to the map, some of it encroaches into this parcel a couple feet. And so through the development process, we would be ensuring that the development itself is not within the blue portion of the map here you see on the aerial photo. There was also a question about whether or not the site was surrounded by urban uses. We've looked carefully at what the definition of urban use is in the state code, and it's clear that it meets that definition. Basically, non-urban uses you would not find in the city of Santa Clara. For the most part, it's really meant to address things that are out away from cities, but in this case, it meets the definition. There was also a question about the tribal consultation process, and that's intended to occur later on, and we would follow that procedure. So questions, again, about the number and type of allowed residents. So to reiterate, the proposed plan has 30 identical units. Each unit has 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, and a living room with a kitchenette. And they were described previously as being flex units. The flex unit label is there to indicate to the state that there is the potential physically to convert this project into other uses down the road. If that's the decision of the city, as mentioned, we can limit that. But that's something that the physical structure could support. And so you could address more questions on that if there are any. But we do find that we can limit this. And there was a question about the number of residents. The intended with family, with the 30 families, is that there would be 90 residents. That's the average number of members in a household. But as the county staff mentioned last meeting, that most of the family, there are families of up to 4, so we could have that range up to about 120. If it were converted, which I said is a theoretical thing because it would require that city council approval, the first thing to look at would be converting it to 90 units for singles. So you would have a population of 90. Some portion of that maybe could be allocated for couples. Again, you might end up in the range of 90 to 120 residents. So regarding operations and security, the project would be dedicated for family use. There is a screening and verification process that's well established in the county for determining if a household is a family. A family does require the presence of children under the age of 18 per that criteria. Sort of redundant here, but the City Council approval required for change in use is mentioned. And also, as I mentioned earlier, this does provide us with access to a shelter in Sunnyvale, and the average stay is normally 4 to 5 months for a family. Thank you. So it's good to have the county as a partner in this. They are the ones that really administer and provide oversight for the identification of families that need shelter. And they have a lot of experience with that. And that would be one layer of sort of project management and safety that would be in place. Secondly, we know that there would be on-site security around the clock with a minimum of 3 staff at any given time per the operations plan that Life Moves has developed. There would be a single secure point of entry and security cameras throughout the facility. And the Life Moves staff does go through an intensive training in safety, de-escalation techniques, how to handle emergency situations and so forth related to the operation of interim housing shelters. We have representatives of Life Moves available to, if you council wants to go into more detail around these issues. I also would like to speak a little bit to the question of low barrier that has come up just briefly. And again, Life Moves can go into more detail on that, or the county, I'm sorry, can go into more detail on that. But low barrier is intended to mean that some of the barriers that have existed in the past for interim housing, such as the requirement that the person have a job, are waived. It does allow for people with pets, including service animals, to be residents, which was not allowed in the past. It does not allow people who are sex offenders to move into the unit. It's not a no barrier, it's a low barrier, implying that in some cases people who may have had a barrier to moving in will be able to be accommodated. This is, there was a question about what happens when people leave, or if they're forced or required to leave from the shelter. This is data from a similar shelter in San Jose, where they did keep track of what happened when residents moved out. So as you see, almost 50% moved out into what was deemed permanent housing, 40% into some other type of temporary housing, and then 11% is either unknown or basically returned to being homeless. And that's sort of the experience of what happened in that case. And then there was one individual who was deceased. Looking more into detail into those two categories of those who moved into permanent housing, 66% were able to move into some kind of permanent supportive housing with a subsidy. 21% were actually able to move into regular housing without a subsidy requirement, and then 13% moved in with family or friends. Of those who departed to what was called temporary housing, 19% went to a hotel, motel with some type of voucher. 37% went to a family friends living situation that was not considered permanent, and then 44% went on to a different type of shelter. So considerations for the City Council. The main question before the Council tonight, I believe, is does the Council want an interim housing facility within the City of Santa Clara? We recognize, obviously, that there is considerable community opposition. We've reviewed the location pros and cons previously as well. The considering that these are families and the criteria of the state in order to be competitive with home key, I believe it's important for this project to be located in an area with services, with access to transit, with families with access to schools and parks, not to be placed off in an industrial area as has been discussed. Additionally, the city does not have a site in an industrial area. The county does not either that could be used. So really this is the opportunity that we have in front of us. We've talked about the high-level staffing. That is the cost of doing an interim family housing project. And so that's something that the city council can consider in terms of the contribution of $7 million that we're looking to make this move forward. So, as noted, the $7 million total commitment is less than what other cities in the county have contributed towards their projects, and it is also similar to what the city has invested in other permanent supportive housing projects that have moved forward in the city. But we also have the benefit of a significant amount of state and county money that would be available for this project. And we can also, we've heard a little bit about the pros and cons of the county and Life Moves as project owners, developers, or operators. Life Moves has experience providing this kind of housing in the county. The county, of course, is very experienced with a number of projects throughout the county, and they bring a lot of knowledge that can be useful, as well as the funding. And if there are more questions really directed towards either the county or Life Moves, they're available to address those. Just to recap, our original recommendation, it had 4 parts to it. The first was the authorize the city manager to basically work with the county and Life Moves to develop a letter of intent, the 3-way agreement that we discussed. The second was to adopt a resolution authorizing the city to apply to Project Homekey as a co-sponsor with Life Moves to develop this project, and that would put the city in the position legally of being committed to the development of the project. A third would be to authorize the county to use our permanent local housing allocation, or PLHA funds, for years 3, 4, and 5, which totaled to about $1.5 million as funding towards the project. And fourth, to provide the additional needed funding for the first 7 years of $5.5 million from our special revenue fund. 3 alternatives the City Council may want to consider tonight. The first would be to commit financial support, but defer sponsorship to the county. And to do that, the City Council would approve actions 1, 3, and 4 from the original recommendation, and vote no on action number 2. The city would still be signaling our support and participating in the support of the project. We would still have the opportunity for the letter of intent and to apply conditions to the project under this action. So the city would still be a partner with the county, but we would basically eliminate the risk that comes with being a home key co-sponsor to the city, and the responsibility for ongoing operations and so forth would transfer to the county if the county then acts as co-sponsor. The second alternative is for the City Council to defer action on this project and give direction to staff to return with a letter of intent drafted that perhaps includes additional conditions or specific terms that the City Council wants to see related to the development of the project. And then the third alternative is to refer this back to staff with other direction to modify the project or pursue other alternatives. So with that, I would invite Consuelo Hernandez from the County Office of Supportive Housing to come up to the podium and speak a little bit more about low barrier, what it means to have a low barrier housing development.
Thank you. Welcome, Consuelo.
Good evening, Mayor Gilmore and members of the City Council. I'm so happy to join you this evening. Apologies again, I was sick last week and wasn't here in person. Thank you, Andrew, for that great presentation. I wanted to reiterate the county's commitment in supporting this development. As you know, our goal and our mission is to make homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring. In order to do so and to serve people well in our community, a lot and most of our interim and temporary housing programs do take the approach of a low barrier, because we know that families don't have, and members that are unsheltered don't have the regular documentation that is needed to enter a building, from an identification to a social security card. We also want to make sure that we are creating an environment where people feel safe when they're exiting crisis. So low barrier for us just means, for instance, if you have a pet, and that pet is part of your family or part of the thing that you need to survive.
Please, no, hold on one second. Please, everyone has a right to speak. If you please give the courtesy of letting her speak and get the information out, whether you agree or not, we can determine that later. But right now, please give her the courtesy to speak. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore. A lot of the feedback that we have received from people in the community that are served in congregate shelters that Andrew mentioned, they are not able to bring their pet, for instance. That becomes a huge barrier in being able to access shelter. So now, across our system, we do allow pets. It's just one example of barrier. For families, a barrier might be that they share custody of their child. It might be that they're not employed, or that they don't have the means to access safe transportation. I mean, there are a number of barriers that families who are unsheltered face. Our goal is not to add to that barrier. So for instance, we would not require somebody to be employed. If they're homeless or they're unsheltered and they don't have a job, that should not be a reason why we refer them out of the program, and we should be helping them. The other thing that I wanted to clarify in terms of a family, in our community, there are 3 different assessments that we use to determine a person's eligibility to a housing program. One is for individuals, the second is for families, and the third is for transitioned age youth. So people entering this facility would be assessed using the family tool. And that family tool requires that one member of the family be 18 years or younger. That is how our system defines a family. Happy to take other questions from the council. Thank you.
Thank you.
So as mentioned, we also have representatives of Life Moves available virtually. They're not able to be here in person, but they are available to answer questions. But at this point, I will stop and ask if the council has any specific questions or topics that they would like more information on in response to the several hours of testimony that we had.
Thank you, Director Crabtree. I'm wondering if Life Moves, there was quite a few comments and questions about the operations of Life Moves and other facilities. So I'm wondering if they could answer or at least comment on, there was, dozens of comments and questions about Life Moves operations.
Okay, so Heather Griffin is available specifically to speak to the programs, services, and staffing that Life Moves, and it sounds like that's a topic area of interest. So Heather, is she here? It's great, thank you.
Good evening. So yeah, just in terms of the operations, in terms of our staffing, which I think has come up a lot, our staffing pattern for this facility is one where there's 19 full-time staff who would be allocated to this specific project, and that covers 24/7 staffing. And so I have provided to the City Housing Department, and hopefully they can share what that staffing pattern looks like. But realistically, what it looks like is that there's at least 3 full-time, what we call residential services coordinators on shift for 24/7 operations. And those cover 3 different shifts, going from 11:30 to 8, from 8 to 4:30, and then from 4:30 to midnight. And there's a variation of that, which makes sure that there's no gaps in those service. And again, at least 3 people on shift at all time in that specific position. In addition to those staff, we also have some clinical staff who support our service models. So a program director who serves 40 hours a week and also has on-call services to support those 24/7 operations. We have an associate program director who again does 40 hours a week on site, and then additionally is available for on-call support 24/7. We have, for this specific project with 30 families, 2 case managers, again on site for at least 40 hours a week. And they do additional evenings and weekends to support programming and other activities as needed. We also will have 2 children's services coordinators, each again at least 40 hours a week full-time on site. Again, additional evenings and weekends to support on-site programming. And then in addition to those on-site staff that we mentioned, there are always available to any staff within our agency maintenance and facility support, where we have 24/7 on-call emergency response in addition to our routine full-time maintenance. We have crisis management support. We also have behavioral health support. And so those may not be on site all the time, but they are always accessible for any staff to call in and provide additional support. And so that varies. So those are the operational kind of procedures or staffing. In terms of the questions around what are our staff trained in, every staff upon hire for our program staff is trained in the following, and they are trained before they are able to go to staff. And it is a long list, so I'm going to read it out, but again, we have shared it. There's an overview of our organizational components, which includes just our mission, vision, and values, an overview of every program within our Life Moves agency, and kind of our IT systems. But specific to safety, because this has come up a lot, here are the following trainings that we offer, again, for all of our program staff prior to them going to site. There is OSHA compliance, which includes fire extinguisher procedures, ergonomics, lifting safety, prevention of slips, trips, and falls, injury, accident, and procedure. There is our Life Moves emergency response plan. So they are trained in both the agency response and then what it looks like for their specific location. Big 5 for us, which includes shelter in place, earthquake response, evacuation, lockdown and barricade, which is the training around active shooters, and securing campus. We also train on chain of infectious and infectious illness, bloodborne pathogens, how to properly use personal protective equipment or PPE, safety data sheets, and then working with our clients around safety things such as de-escalation techniques, non-violent crisis intervention, and emergency response process, and completing incident reports when we have those. As we mentioned, often there's medical or some other types of things that we're responding to. In addition, there are training specific all program staff receive around working with our specific clients and the population we're serving. And those trainings include operationally understanding who we serve, which includes their backgrounds and experiences, factors to consider when engaging with our clients, which include those individual and systemic challenges that may contribute to homelessness, which our clients have experienced. It includes customer service. How are we welcoming? What does professionalism look like for our teams? Confidentiality and privacy and their limits, which then leads into training around mandated reporting. We focus on teamwork and collaboration, healthy and appropriate professional boundaries, making sure that our staff are doing self-care since there's a lot of secondary trauma, and then different engagement strategies around how we help move people towards the path to permanent housing, which include motivational interviewing, trauma-informed care, and harm reduction techniques. In addition, there are monthly trainings available and mandated for all of our staff to participate and continue to advance their skills once they are established as an employee with us. And then there are online training platforms that we utilize that can supplement and refresh additional trainings as needed by each individual staff. So I think hopefully that answers questions around operations, but if there are others, feel free to ask.
Heather, can I ask you, there was specific questions that were brought up by the community on the Milpitas location and Mountain View, staffing challenges, changing of directors, other types of issues, crime and other types of issues. And there was more than one speaker that mentioned, many of these issues. Do you have comments on that you can share with us?
So Milpitas is not a facility operated or run by Life Moves. I cannot speak to that programming or comment on that. But I will turn it over to Brian Greenberg, who will answer the other questions that you asked. He's also on the panel.
Thank you.
So let me know when I'm unmuted.
You're unmuted. Go ahead.
Thank you for the question, Mayor. So we opened Mountain View during the close down of the pandemic when staff were afraid to come to work, afraid that they would be infected with the virus. And then when they came to work, they were afraid to go home. It was very challenging to ramp up a shelter during the pandemic. The facility is operating well now. We got over that hump of opening. Anyone of you that has been there can see that it's clean, it's respectful, it serves 88 single adults and 12 families. The outcome numbers are going up. Managing homeless services during a very contagious pandemic where our staff work in multi-generational households was extremely challenging. We're over that now. We're going to be opening 240 doors in Redwood City in 2 weeks. We're going to be opening on Guadalupe, on Lot E of the San Jose Police Department. We're basically fully staffed for those programs. So it's difficult to compare operations during the pandemic with operations now.
Okay, thank you. Director Crabtree?
I'm just available to
Okay.
answer questions if you
All
have any
right, now
further.
we're going to go to the council members for questions. All right, let me find out here. All right, Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I had two specific questions. I wanted to know, you mentioned about the other cities, specifically San Jose, Mountain View, and Palo Alto. I was wondering if they did sponsorship. And also, when we talk about the letter of intent, I thought a letter of intent was to give us a voice and that we had to do that with a sponsorship. But it looks like we are able to separate those two, so I want to make certain I understand that. That might be a legal question, or it might be a practical, I'm not certain. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker?
Yeah, this is more for Life Moves. Been reading, and I've got some concern calls about the salaries that individuals at Life Moves make and how high they are. And then at the same time, I hear about the staffing shortages that were at these places. So I'm just curious if there is competitive wages to attract individuals to work at these locations, and if that question could be answered, because I didn't see anything revolving around that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane, you're remote. Go ahead.
Yeah, the first thing I wanted to say, which is the same disclaimer I made last time, that I feel like I've done fairly extensive research on this project. I've had meetings and calls with county supervisors and staff, Consuelo at the county, the assistant city manager, Alex Andrade of the city of Milpitas, the chief of police of Milpitas, Jared Hernandez, Life Move staff, the folks from Safe Santa Clara County, the Santa Clara Housing Advocates, SV at Home, Bill Wilson Center. And so those meetings have been listed on my public calendar. So my questions now are, if the city is no longer a co-sponsor, will families in Santa Clara continue to get priority for housing at this project? And then following up with that is, if the city is not a sponsor, could the county then change the project and change it from families only? Would the city of Santa Clara lose control over that? And then a number of residents complained about the cost of this, how many millions of dollars it is, and said it would be better spent on supporting rents. And so I'd like to understand the city's TBRA program and Section 8 and the amount of money we're spending and the limitations for, I think the demand is much higher than the supply there. Then I wanted to know, let's say the council decides this is not a good location. Would we save money by putting it elsewhere? Would there, I mean, it seems to me that the costs would be the same regardless of where we put it. So then the cost question becomes moot. Then people have complained about the placement of people from the Mountain View facility into permanent supportive housing or permanent housing. But I just wanted to understand, it seems like there's a shortage of that housing. I guess I'm seeing, and can you confirm, there's 250 people on the wait list for only 40 units at the new Monroe Commons. And then finally, I saw yesterday, there was a San Jose Spotlight article talking about how Mayor Mahan of San Jose wants to divert $38 million of $70 million in Measure E funds. That's a property tax that was devoted to affordable housing, but he wants to divert it away from the affordable housing to homeless services. So I just kind of wanted somebody to speculate on why he would be doing that. And those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Crabtree and Consolo and Life Moves team. I have several questions. Like one of my first question is Home Key Grant Program. For this particular case, we are asking for interim housing. Can we ask for a permanent housing? Can that apply to the permanent housing too, the Home Key Grant Program? 30 families for this particular location. Can we mandate, I know you touched that a little bit, can we mandate that it should never ever be converted to a single adult facility like the one 90 to 100 they were trying to finalize? And if we can, what would be the process for the city to mandate that? Construction cost, you did touch that construction cost. If it goes overrun, county is responsible. But at the same time, Director, you mentioned that county will take out the money from the operational cost. So if they take out the operational cost money, who will be responsible for filling up the further gap between the operational cost? Because we already have around $5.5 million gap on that. And what happens after 7 years? Like we did project it for only for 7 years. What happened after 7 years? You did mention that the cost for this project is around $377,777 per bedroom. I did a quick math over here, like $32.5 million with 60 bedroom, 30 families units with total 60 bedroom. It comes out to $541,000 per bedroom. I'm not sure I'm doing some math wrong or some, what's that anomaly over here? So that cost, and this cost does not include the cost overrun, because if I see Palo Alto example, like they started with 17 million construction cost, which escalated to 32 million. And my other question is, for the Palo Alto numbers you gave over here, were they based on 17 million or were they based on 32 million total cost of construction, basically? And again, risk to City of Santa Clara. I know you did mention that county will be taking care of that. Low barrier, like how do we define low barrier? Like Councilor did touch base a little bit of issue about the pets and other things. What is the clear definition so that every resident knows what is the low barrier, who falls under that low barrier? Do we have any documentation where we can see what's the low barrier definition is for the project, basically? You did touch about disposition of residents, about the San Jose Family Shelter, which was Amigos de Guadalupe facility. Is that interim housing or is that permanent family shelter? because if you are comparing a permanent shelter, temporary permanent shelter versus interim, they're entirely two different things, basically. Cost considerations, I do think the cost considerations are pretty high, especially considering the ongoing operation cost of this thing. This seems to be pretty high. That's just a comment I would like to say. Permanent local housing allocation funding. We did allocate 2-year money for 120 units for civic center project, basically. And there were 120 units on that. I would like to find out, like, what did we actually allocate on that versus what we'll be allocating for 30 units for this project. The reason I'm asking that question is if it makes sense for City of Santa Clara to have better rate of return to fight homelessness and provide affordable housing, why don't we do the way we are doing on other projects, like per capita rate of return? If we just invested $5 million for 120 units and nothing after that, versus over here, we have a liability for 7 years and we don't know what will happen after 7 years. So that's my question, like, how much did you invest to get 120 affordable units in the city for that project versus how much we are projecting, comparison of those two, basically. The reason I'm asking that question is because I'm trying to make a good analysis of interim housing cost versus a permanent supportive housing cost to the City of Santa Clara, basically. And then I have several questions for Life Moves, and especially I read some articles in the press about Life Move Mountain View facility. And I know Mr. Greenberg did respond to that, but those were very broad responses and behind the COVID scenario, basically. But I have several questions, like they only had 26% success rate. So how do they make sure that the success rate, if this facility is interim facility, what would be the projected success rate for this facility would be? Staffing shortages, the articles clearly showed there were various reports, documented reports, that there were staff shortages at that facility. And I'm not sure how they can assure us that there will not be any staff shortages at this facility on that. And I know the Mountain View Voice and some other organizations have tried to contact a CEO of Life Moves, and the CEO never ever responded to the calls. And if they were doing that, managing that facility well, I don't know why the CEO of the Life Move would not come forward and explain what's going on, good or bad. I think that was not a good PR from Life Moves, no response from their facility. I was surprised that although they were in the business of providing affordable housing or facilitating affordable housing, and their own staff was coming from Central Valley, like from Manteca and Tracy. And there was a comment from somebody, I don't know who, that major barrier, and also comment from Sally Lieber, the Mountain View Council member, are now on the other board, that major barrier is in the affordable housing is not about providing the interim housing. It's providing the affordable housing units after that. If we do not have in the pipeline the affordable housing, the main purpose of interim housing gets defeated, basically. So, and they also made a comment that one of the reasons they are facing this issue of low success rate was because they don't have the housing to house these people. So how do we do that? And there was great detail of mentioning that case worker shortage was there. The clients were not fulfilled the requirement of the caseworkers. And there were a lot of testimonies from the existing clients, which were not very good testimonies for the business they are doing, basically. So those are my questions for now. Yeah, those are my questions.
Thank
or
you.
comments.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. I've got a couple of questions as well. Director Crabtree, if the city of Santa Clara decides that it does not want to be a co-sponsor, and the grant that we would apply for, would the county or Life Moves apply for that grant instead and have that access to that money? Let's see. And again, if the city of Santa Clara decides that it does not want to, or chooses not to be a co-sponsor, what does the sustainability of the project look like? Where would additional funding come from to make this project go beyond 7 years? Let's see. Who does Life Moves report to and how often? Who is accountable? And reading some of the emails that we received from the residents, it looked like there was a question about modular housing. I know you talked about it was like an apartment structure, but I was wondering if you could clarify if it's modular housing. Let's see. Regarding public safety, I know that's been a big issue as well. If this is a county project, would the public safety be under the county or the city of Santa Clara? Regarding the alternatives that were shown to us earlier, the first one, Alternative A, which talks about committing financial support but deferring sponsorship, that the city would be committing that financial support. Who would determine what that financial support is and how much it would be? Let's see. Can we commit city resources? If we decide that if the city elects not to be a co-sponsor, could we still commit city resources aside from public safety? And then my last question, I know a lot of changes have been made based on, the initial presentation for this project. Has Santa Clara PD weighed in on those changes to make it safer for the project itself as well as the community? So those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Park, do you have any questions?
Thank you very much. I do have a question for the city attorney first, which is the recommendations are different from today and from what they were last week. What issues, if any, does this cause? I mean, if we're in fact supposed to be a reconvening of the same meeting, I'm not worried about the updated details, but I'm concerned about recommendations that were presented previously that were not here now, and recommendations that would give us different things to act on. I just want to get, meaning if I take a look at the last week's agenda and staff report and take a look at the recommendations and alternatives, and I take a look at the ones that were presented today, they are slightly different. Right, and that's in the report, that's in the recommendations, that's not adjunct information.
Madam Mayor, do you want that taken up with the rest of the questions or in advance?
No, go ahead. You can answer that one right now.
Okay, very good. Appreciate the question, Member Park. My view of that is, and this is true for the information that's being provided you today, that it is all kind of information and action alternatives really within the parameters of what was identified in the meeting on April 24th. Variations of that, subsets of that are something that you would have in your prerogative, anyway, acting, on this project. And it does not strike me as anything improper or unusual about staff responding to, concerns that they've heard, from the public and tailoring and refining, their recommendations for you. What's a little unusual, of course, is that it's occurring over 2 meetings, right, instead of within the context of 1 meeting. But I don't see any legal issues with what you described.
Understood. Okay, then I guess for Director Crabtree, I have some clarifications, which is we talk about construction costs, which would be $32.5 million, which is slide 8, but I think that when you do the math, it's actually $34 million as was presented last week. And the city's portion doubles with only $1.5 million coming from PLHA, with $5.5 million coming from special funds, whereas before it was just $3.5 million from PLHA funds on the 25th of April. I just want a clarification there. Staff report also talks about per client costs, and I want to make very clear, I'd like to get some clarity on per client versus per unit, because you went back to talking about per unit costs on page 9, the slide 9. Are we looking at per client fixed or per unit? Because if we're looking at per client or per unit, I mean, that brings us to 90 units for this project, which is we take the 34 million construction costs, divide it by the 377,000 per unit cost, that gives us 90 units. And I do not believe that they allocate funds based on clients, which is why I think that they would have to be based on units. Or they would be 86 units if we go with your lower 32.5 million number, but I think that is an error. I heard Councilmember Chahal's comment from someone, major barrier is not about the interim housing, but the affordable housing that people transition to after that. And this is something that I've heard again and again and again from the clients that I'm in contact to. In fact, I heard it just last week from somebody I talked to at the Life Move site in Mountain View. So I'd like to know what the longer term plan is, because I've also heard a complaint that the people staffing doing the support for moving clients to permanent housing or more permanent housing are basically just giving them Craigslist searches and things like that. It didn't seem like professional service to me, so that's also a question for Life Moves. I heard you say that exempt from secret review per SB 35, and I saw the slide where you said the flood zone is only the creek channel, but when I bought my house, which is near the creeks, I think that there were houses that weren't in the creek channel that also needed flood insurance, for example, because they were actually considered part of the floodplain. So I just want clarity that, in fact, it's only the channel which qualifies as being in the flood zone, because that's not what I would think when I look at flood insurance, for example, for houses that are not in the creek channel. Flex unit label. I'm concerned about the potential to convert this project to other uses down the road. I believe I read in the report that after 7 years, it would take an agreement of 3, the county, the city, and Life Moves to change the usage. That's what I think that's the case. And so if any one of these entities decides not to do it, there could not be a reconfiguration of would it have to be unanimous? If 2 out of 3 decide that they'd like to change the mode, would it be able to be changed? Right. Screening and verification process. I'm looking at household as a family has children under 18, so it's possible that you would have children who are above 18 living there. And I guess the question would be, at what point do adult children or other children constitute different families? I don't know what it's not clear to me what we would do there. Got a couple more questions, but I think I'd like the answers to some of the questions that have been asked before I go into those. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane, do you have your hand still up? Do you have another question?
I thought I had lowered my hand, but I do have a question. The people have complained that the operational costs are high, approaching $4 million. I would like to understand where that money, how that money is spent. I mean, I imagine that typically most of the money is spent on people, like in the city of Santa Clara. Most of our budget goes to salaries. So I'd like to understand what are sort of the typical wages that are paid for these program directors, associate program directors, case managers, et cetera. Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal, do you have another question?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yes, I did miss one question. This is for Life Moves, basically. So I was looking at the statistics for a Mountain View facility. In 2019, they had one public safety incident. 2023, 2021, 94. 2022, 142. And first 2 months, 22. So my question is, what led to these public safety incidents? Because most of the residents over here are fundamentally concerned about the public safety part of the this development in their neighborhood. So how do they explain this exponential increase in the public safety incidences over there, and what is their thoughts on that? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker, you have a question again?
Sure. This is, I guess, for staff or for our city attorney. The other day, I think a lot of us probably saw it on the news, which is about what happened in Elk Grove and their denial for a, I guess, homeless or a interim housing development, and that the state stepped in, the attorney general and the governor. If we go a route where we deny or we decide we want to defer, does this put us in that situation? Does that put us in this situation, or does it put us legally vulnerable to be eyed by the state because we don't want to make the same mistakes?
All right, thank you. I have a couple questions, but I think they may be similar to the way some council members ask the questions, but I just wanted to be really clear on some of these questions. The first one I have is, if the city council turns down the project, can the county build this project without our approval? And if so, what does the project look like if they build it? And the way, I'm only going to discuss the project and ask questions the way it's been proposed, not, the alternatives that you've offered for us or others, but can the county fill the units with singles if there's not enough families? I just wanted a definitive answer on that, because it was changed to families sort of late, but the way I read it, they're flex units and they can put in individuals as well. So as it's proposed, as the project is proposed, what happens after 7 years? It seems nobody wants to answer that question. So is this a 7-year only project, and then it's at the end of it? What happens after 7 years? And is the city of Santa Clara responsible for all the costs after 7 years? That's the way I read it, so I just want to make it really clear what happens financially after 7 years. And are we legally and financially liable for this project if we are co-sponsors? One of the interesting things that you mentioned today was that the county said they're responsible for cost overruns. But you had mentioned if there are cost overruns on construction, which is usually the case in today's world, that the county may reduce the amount of money, the $9 million that they were going to dedicate or propose for operational costs. And if so, then I would imagine the city of Santa Clara would have to pick that up, because the way it's proposed now, it's $5.5 million and $1.5 million. So we're proposing $7 million for the first 7 years. But if construction costs are not if there are construction cost overruns, then that $7 million, are we responsible for the operational costs? And then 2 more things. One is that you said that, Director Crabtree, that we are taking the $5.5 million from our affordable housing funds, that right now we have about $9 million in our affordable housing fund. That would leave $3.5 million left. And after the 7 years, assuming everything's on budget, after the 7 years, that would cover 1 year of operational costs. So going forward, after the 7 years, if we're going to, are we going to drain our affordable housing fund just for this project every year? And would we be responsible for the entire $3.5 million plus for the operations after 7 years? And then the last thing a comment that I have is that you gave us an example of, I think it was the Family Center in San Jose, that they had, quite good success rates for placing their transitional housing people onto permanent housing or others. But how come we didn't use the information from Life Moves? Because that's going to be, if that's going to be the operator, I think it was Councilmember Chahal that mentioned they had a 26% success rate. So why are we using another operator when we're not using Life Moves? And I think, and another thing, I think you mentioned that the $7 million commitment is less than other cities' commitment, that the county is providing more money for this project than other cities. But it's my understanding, I asked the question last time, this would be the first time that the county is using this model where they are basically saying, here, city, we'll get you started, but you're responsible for this project financially from here on out. I don't think those other cities had that same model. If we're the first city that the county is trying out this model on, I don't think Palo Alto or San Jose had that model. So that was my last question. And that's, Councilmember Park, Vice Mayor, do you have an additional question?
No, I appreciate your input. So my question on top of that, I'm trying to look for the reference, but I believe there was the term separately liable, and I would like that defined for the public to hear what that means as well. But I think that's in here someplace. Jointly and separately liable.
Yeah, that
yes.
was part of my question, or the legal liability for the project. Director Crabtree, do you need a little time for this? Should we take a 10-minute break? And
I'm ready if you want to go
Okay.
for it. If you
No,
want to
let's
break
go
it.
for it then.
Right.
Are we okay? Okay. Staff, I just want to make sure. If you could please put your signs down so everybody can see. Thank you. We see them. They're very bright and colorful. Thank you. Easy to read. Thank you, though. Go ahead, Director Crabtree.
Yeah, and I may need to bring in some help on some of these questions,
Sure.
obviously. And Mayor, your last question was really the first question we had from Councilmember Hardy about San Jose, Mountain View, and Palo Alto. And all three of them did act as co-sponsors with the operator. And so just kind of, we're not being asked uniquely to do something that these other
Can I
cities
just
can
interrupt
do.
you for a second? Because I asked a question last time and I was told we were the first to have this model. So that's,
Yeah, well,
okay.
so
Now I'm hearing something.
apologize if that confusion
All right.
may have been some misunderstanding. This is perhaps, every project's different, so there are aspects of this that are unique, and it is, these are 100% family, for example. And so the next question was, can we have a letter of intent between us, county, and Mountain View's, sort of a legal agreement between the three parties, even if we are not a sponsor? And the answer is yes, we can. We are in our that alternative where we suggested that the city could move forward not as a sponsor. We did suggest that the city would still put funding into the project. And I think beyond that, actually, the county would want it as well. Part of their reason for asking the city to be a sponsor was they wanted to make sure that the city was a partner in the project. And that was a way to do that. But apart from it, if it turns out that the city is not the sponsor, the county would be interested in having a letter of intent with us, as would we, because that is the mechanism by which we could make sure a number of conditions apply to the project. And I'll get to them as I go through the list of questions. So I think next Councilmember Becker asked a question to Life Moves. We can go, I think it would be best if we just kind of went back and forth. So Life Moves, can you respond to the question about salaries for your staff and if they're competitive, and what is your strategy to make sure the facility is fully staffed?
And Andrew, as well, I think Councilmember Jane asked a very similar question. I think it was very related to what I was asking.
Okay, so if you want to group those two together.
There's a lot of questions that are going to be grouped together.
Let's see.
There's similar versions from all of us.
So Councilmember Jane's question was typical wages, and how operational costs, why are they so high? How is that money spent? What are the typical wages that are being paid? I think that's the one you're referencing.
Do we have someone from Life Moves on?
I'm not certain who from our team. This is Brian Greenberg. I'm over Programs and Services. Our wages are competitive. When people leave us, they leave us for one of the two counties, San Mateo or Santa Clara, or another county. They rarely leave us for another nonprofit. We try to keep wages in the 75th percentile for nonprofits. No one kind of people that are just exiting homelessness, just starting at Life Moves. No one starts at under $21 or $22 an hour. There's a differential for being bilingual, for working grave and evening and weekend shifts, and the wages go up from there. That's what I'm comfortable sharing in this format.
And if I can add, this is Marie Jackson from Life Moves. And we always understand that across the sectors, staff recruitment and retention is a challenge, not only in the current environment, but in the pandemic where we started. But Life Moves regularly conducts compensation market analysis, and we are aligned and committed to offering competitive wages. And we believe our compensation is in line with being competitive for comparable roles. And the work is challenging as it is rewarding, and understand that cost of living in this area compounds these challenges. Just to add to what Dr. Greenberg has stated.
All right. This is Paul Simpson, the Chief Financial Officer at Life Moves. I'll just add a point. There was a question about the operation cost. The average cost over 7 years is 3.7. That's there, as you all see. 2 million of that goes to salary and benefits, which I believe someone asked. I think our lowest range now is a little over $20. The rest of the cost, 1.7, go to the site operating cost.
May I be able to ask for the roles that are paying $20 an hour? What would those types of role be? What would those types of role be? Would they be facilities? Would it be part-time?
So full-time staff get a great benefits package. The facility is staffed 24/7, 365 with what you might call shelter staff. We call residential service coordinators, RSCs. These are people, we see them as change agents. They're people, some of them have a background with academic experience, some have a background of lived experience. They are the entry-level staff, and it goes from there to case managers, associate program directors, housing benefits specialists, the LVN, and associate program director and program director.
Thank you.
All right, I'll return to the list. So there, Councilmember Jane asked some questions about sort of the general demand and need, the possibility of using our tenant-based rental assistance program and the cost of that. And so to speak to that, sort of as I alluded to in the earlier presentation, this is a unique form of housing that brings with it a lot of services that you don't see either in the permanent supportive housing or our tenant-based rental assistance program. And that contributes to the higher cost, those salaries that we were just discussing. You're providing a greater level of support for the residents in an interim housing facility than you would in our tenant-based rental assistance program or in other programs like that we operate. There are also limitations to the tenant-based rental assistance program in that it's dependent on landlords who are willing to participate, take vouchers and so forth, and deal with the paperwork that comes with that. So that's separate. And also, in the case of Project Homekey, that's not something that we could apply Project Homekey funds towards. Project Homekey is for creating new units that have to come out of this process. Is there a shortage of I think there's a shortage of housing across all types. One of the purposes of interim housing is to provide someone a place to live while they're on a waiting list for one of these other more permanent supportive housing projects. So they may well end up being the same people that would live in a permanent supportive housing, but they can be more quickly housed in an interim housing model. And there was a question about the city of San Jose diverting money to services. I don't know if perhaps the county or someone can speak to that. I'm not really versed in what San Jose is doing.
Thank you. The question was related to the budget recommendation for the City of San Jose, and this is related to their Measure E transfer tax. And the recommendation from the mayor is to take a portion of that was originally proposed to be for permanent housing to serve as operating expenses for their interim housing sites, just like what you're referring to here at Benton and Lawrence. Take the county questions? Sure, thank you. I wanted to clarify, Mayor, the question that you had about the structure and this being the first. So maybe if I can slow down to share more information. For the City of Palo Alto, they own the property. They are the co-sponsor in the Homekey application with Life Moves. In the City of Mountain View, Life Moves owns the property, and the City of Mountain View is the co-sponsor for that application. The City of San Jose, they own the property, and they're co-sponsors with Life Moves.
Can I ask you who's in charge of the operation costs for all of those facilities?
In the City of San Jose, it is the City of San Jose in partnership with Life Moves. For Mountain View and Palo Alto, the county has issued a letter of interest or a commitment letter for both sites. For Palo Alto, we're providing almost $7 million in a capital grant and supportive services funding. And in the City of Mountain View, we're providing them with $2.4 million for operations. What's different here is you don't own the property, we do. That's what makes this a unique relationship in that we have a referral from our board that says work together with cities to make this happen. The reason why the alternative was presented is we understand the liability questions that the city has. Also, we understand that the county controls a lot of the resources that are coming in from the state. For instance, we just received an award earlier this year for $26 million. That $26 million is intended to serve countywide, not including the City of San Jose. You cannot access those dollars directly from the state. They have to come through the county. And that is why we're able to provide the city with the funding commitment, because we can use those dollars across the county to fill the gaps that we have in the system. Does that answer the questions around the City of San Jose and some of the county's commitments?
Can I just ask, I don't mean to dominate the questions, but for the long-term financing and long-term operations of all those facilities, is it now the cities that are responsible for the long-term operational costs?
For the Life Move site in Mountain View, because Life Moves is the owner-operator, they bear a bigger responsibility for that site.
Who does?
Life Moves for the Mountain View site.
So the City of Mountain
Very
View
different.
doesn't, it's Life Moves. Okay,
Correct.
and what about Palo
For
Alto?
Palo Alto, they have made the commitment for 7 years along with the county, and the discussions about what happens after, to be honest, it's not defined. It's the commitment that we've made to continue to work together. And one of the things that we mentioned last time is we all recognize that this is a big gap in our system. What happens? We've asked the governor, what happens after year 7? And this is why we locally have to come up with a new strategy. So proactive action, the Santa Clara County Housing Authority, as a moving to work organization, they have the ability to use their resources in a different way than other communities can. So for instance, if they have a budget expenditure and cost savings, rather than returning that money to the federal government, they actually get to keep it locally and allocate it to in different ways. And the way that they can program those resources is by creating a special activity, if you will. One special activity that they're proposing right now is to use that money to help support developments like this. San Jose is facing the same challenge. This is why the mayor is proposing to divert resources for permanent housing. We think that there's an alternative way. For instance, at the Bella Vista site, which is only serving as interim housing for a short period of time, we are using state funding, leveraging a different grant, not county general funds, to support those operations. So we think across our county, we have a vested interest in making sure that these projects are sustainable, that the cities can contribute what they are able to. We understand the limitations that you have from your budget. And the reason why we're wanting to do this together is because we have to solve it together. We can't do it alone.
I understand. I'm just trying to get what happens after 7 years, and it's really hard to get a real clear answer about what happens because for us, we don't have that revenue source, like even San Jose has transfer tax. We don't have that. So if the revenue source is going to be our general fund, we need to know what we're voting on. So I'm sorry.
No worries.
I have asked the same question like 5 ways.
Let me reframe the response. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for asking for that clarity. At this point, we're only asking for the city's commitment for 7 years. After 7 years, the county will work with Life Moves to fill in the operating gaps.
But we're the co-sponsor, so we won't have any responsibility after 7 years.
You will have responsibilities in your standard agreement. This is what Andrew, Director Crabtree, was trying to articulate, the purpose of the LOI. Unfortunately, the state doesn't allow 3 co-sponsors. If they did, we would be at the table with you submitting the application. Again, one of the reasons why we've offered the alternative is the county really wants to see this as a partnership. One of the reasons that we have such a contentious relationship in Milpitas is because the city is not an active participant in the project. We did not want to move forward with this development or this opportunity without that city's commitment and partnership. There were questions around changing the population. It is not that easy. If we move forward with the family project, it isn't just us deciding to move that or change that. It requires the state to approve an amendment to your standard agreement and a change to the regulatory agreement that would be recorded on the property. So we would not be able to just act and change things, even if you were not a co-sponsor.
All right, I have that. What happens after 7 years? And hey, city manager, sorry, I'm, no, please. City manager, please refrain. Thank you. I'm sorry, city manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Gilmore. I just want to re-articulate the point because I know it's been asked several ways. As currently proposed, with the city as a co-sponsor with Life Moves, it's our understanding that the city would be responsible with Life Moves for both cost overruns as well as additional operating deficits. As mentioned in the presentation, the city attorney and staff were going to work on a letter of intent with the county and Life Moves to reduce a portion of the city's liability. However, as currently proposed, if the city is a co-sponsor, we would bear that responsibility. Yeah, and I'll ask the city attorney to articulate the definition of joint and several liability because that's a key feature that I think bears for clarity.
Thank you for answering that, city manager. City attorney, did you want to answer? That's one of the questions.
Sure, Madam Mayor. Yeah, taking a little bit out of order, but in logical sequence here. Essentially, joint and several liability means that where the city is, in this context, where the city would be a co-sponsor with Life Moves, to the extent that there were cost overruns in the project or operational cost, deficits, it would be incumbent on the city and Life Moves to provide the funding to cover those costs. Joint and several liability means the state, in this case, this is our relationship with the state, could pursue both of us or either of us in order to obtain those monies. That's what joint and several means. The joint part is they could pursue both of us and we would participate, together in some way. The several part means they could choose any one of us. The expectation and the concern, of course, that we would have would be that since Life Moves is a nonprofit, right, with limited resources, the city would likely be, if in fact the state decided to pursue, that remedy, be the one that it would be looking towards. As Mr. Crabtree, Mr. Grogan, and the presentation has indicated, as part of this process, the intent of staff would be, as part of the LOI, which can be used whether we're a co-sponsor or not, the intent would be for us to shift as much as possible those liabilities to other parties. That would not change our liability to the state. Ultimately, the state could still pursue us. But our interest, and it would have to be a negotiation with the county, would be to say to the county, look, as a condition to our participating, either as a sponsor or merely as a funder of the project, it could arise in either context. We would expect the county to indemnify us, hold us harmless, and step up and preside those monies. We haven't completed that negotiation, yet. But that was very much, even at the outset of this, and certainly more now with council concerns that have been raised, part of what staff would intend to achieve in those negotiations. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Go ahead and you can proceed, Director Crabtree.
Okay, thank you. So back to the question from Councilmember Jane. If the city were not a co-sponsor, would Santa Clara families still get priority for the housing? And the answer is yes. Again, that would be something we could include in the terms of the agreement, but our understanding is the county is fine with that, and we would preserve that. Moving on to Councilmember Chahal, could the House Keys grant be used for permanent supportive housing? The answer is no. It's really very focused on addressing people who are currently homeless. As you're aware, we've had projects where there have been motel conversions, and then this is sort of like the more intensive capital construction type use of that grant. There are other monies available for permanent supportive housing that's well established, such as the tax income credits and things that we use for those projects. Let's see. So a lot of the questions kind of flow into the two categories of what happens if we're the sponsor and what is our liability, and for overruns and costs. We've kind of addressed that already, but just to reiterate a little bit and add some more commentary. So yeah, well, actually, I don't have a whole lot to add to what the city attorney has just said, but if we are the co-sponsor, we would be limiting our responsibility for the cost overruns as much as possible through the letter of intent. If we are not the co-sponsor and the county moves forward without us, then we're largely insulated from that. I would say that 7-8 years ago, we did not have PHLA funds. We did not have our special revenue funds. A lot can happen in 7-8 years, and so perhaps that's part of why the focus is on funding it for 7 years, recognizing that there may be additional funds available beyond that. So a question about how much we've allocated to the 1601 Civic Center Drive project. That we have not yet committed much. We've committed initially, I think it's 1.5 million of our PHLA funds, those years 1 million, the years 1 and 2 towards that project, and then some monies that we had from a settlement agreement. But we fully expect to be back in front of the council at some point in the future asking for additional funds. We've set some aside for that purpose, so that when I mentioned that the 9.2 million in our special revenue fund, that's excluding what we anticipate would potentially go towards the Civic Center Drive project. But our typical contribution towards those permanent supportive housing projects is in that $7-8 million range. Adam, if you want to add on anything to that. Our housing manager, Adam Marcus, might have some more on that.
So that the funds haven't been committed yet, they've been set aside, and so the idea is to bring them back to council all at once. So there's the settlement funds, the PLHA funds, and then additional special revenue funds. Typically, the city funds about $50,000 per unit, and that would be in line with what Civic Center Drive would be proposed for.
Yeah, so that would put it at $6 to $7 million. And I would note too that in those projects, we're funding specifically capital costs. It's a one-time contribution with the permanent supportive housing costs. They have access to other funds, and they charge rent that they can use to cover their operating costs. So that's why it's different. In this case, we're not really asked to put anything towards the construction, but just towards the operation. So it's a different type of ask to the city in that regard. And it's noted because of all the services that are provided, the operating costs are higher. There's not rent charged in the interim supportive housing, so they don't have other income sources to help cover the costs. I think I'll ask Life Moves to address the question about public safety calls at the Mountain View facility. The question was, in the first year, there was like 1 reported police call, 3, I think, in the second, 94 in the third, and 142 in the fourth, and several this year already. So if there's a staff person from Life Moves that could speak to that.
I'll start speaking to that. So the great majority of calls to 911 are for medical response. Law enforcement also often shows up with that. The average age of our single adult facilities is over 50 years of age. It's a medically fragile population. We operate many family units. The family units have a much less 911, both law enforcement and medical, because our families tend to be younger, right? Our single adults tend to get older every year, the average age, and our families usually err on the younger side. So we would imagine with 30 families experiencing homelessness, there would be a much lower need for 911, be it medical or law enforcement. Let me say that throughout our system, about 75% of our families exit to permanent housing. There are much more options available for families. There also tends to be less behavioral health challenges. They also tend to be younger, so they can be more mobile. So there's obviously more single adults experiencing homelessness than there are families. And then one of the reasons is that there's so many more options for families with minor children. And my staff is correcting me that our family outcomes are closer to 80% in regards to exit to stable and permanent housing.
So if I may ask, the number of public safety incidences reported in 21 and 22, 94 and 142, what % of that was for medical emergencies versus the actual public safety issues related to crime, drugs, or something?
I'd be getting out over my skis if I tried to answer that. I do not know. I will say that the majority are for primary care interventions.
Okay, thank you.
Could you clarify what that means, primary care interventions?
That means someone's having a stroke, someone's in a diabetic crisis, someone's having an asthma attack. If you've been to our facilities, even in Mountain View, you'll see that there are so many people that are vision impaired, have walkers, wheelchairs, canes. So we deal with a lot of falls. We deal with a lot of wound care. And we cannot, we can intervene, but we don't stop our clients from calling 911 on their own for medical emergencies. We can try to have them deal with it with staff, but our clients are adults. If it's their choice to call 911, then they can call 911. And I want to remind folks that our Mountain View site opened April of 2021. I think there were some dates cited prior to that opening date. It's a relatively new site, and it is operating stably now.
So the next question I had was speaking to the 26% success rate for the other facility. You addressed a little bit by saying that families are typically different than singles in terms of the success rate in about being able to move into a permanent support housing circumstance. Do you have more to say on that?
Yeah, I will say that only about half or less than half of our single adults and couples are able to exit to permanent housing, whereas it's more than 3 in 4 families. And again, the families are younger. It's very hard with an older adult or geriatric population to find affordable housing. And our families tend to be young, and our single adults tend to be over 50. Our family average age stays stable year over year over year, and our single adults get older every year, a few months older every year. So it's a challenge to work with a geriatric population with very limited income in an area where rents are close to $3 a foot a month. It's a challenge.
And this is Marie Jackson. If I can just add to that, the 26% number that had been provided in the article was done as a comparison between families and individuals. And it was also taken during the first months of operation when we were looking at the pandemic and what it created as a challenging environment. If you look at what the comparisons were made, and the article was very specific, that Supervisor Simidian stated that it was tough to do and compare and contrast models and populations in different communities. And that is partly of what happened. We were compared to 2 facilities in San Jose that had 40 single adults, but they were not low barrier. There was no convictions allowed. We were also compared to a facility that had 25 families, another one that had only 48 families. So when you take the blended between families and individuals, that 26% number very early on has significantly changed. And since this is a family facility, and the number is about 8 out of every 10 families end up being in stable housing. And we have those numbers that can look at that. I think the one other comment I do want to make that did not get perhaps identified is that the facility did open during the pandemic, but it was an innovative project that allowed both the city and ourselves to move quickly to look at solving a need. And what's not been brought up is that the effort in our Move Forward plan resulted in Mountain View achieving a 43% decrease in homelessness between 2019 to 2022. More importantly, Mayor Allison Hicks has stated that we always knew that this was a pilot program that would be improved over time. And she was grateful that our community embraced the program, as nothing is worse than just leaving people to live on the street. And we actively involved in improving the program as we move forward. So I just want to make sure that people understand the statistics and the comparisons that were made.
The next questions I have were, what assurance can you provide that there would not be a staffing shortage? And then there was a question specific about caseworker shortages that you've experienced, and also grouping together about the fact that your staff come from Central Valley.
I'll take that. I mean, our facilities are fully staffed. I mean, we always have some openings somewhere. There is a labor shortage in Silicon Valley and the peninsula, especially at the under $50 an hour area where our salaries tend to be. We lose people to the counties, we lose people to the cities. Many of our staff stay a few years before they go on to graduate school, but we're opening 240 beds in Redwood City. We're opening our 240 doors. We're opening 100 plus doors at Guadalupe, Lot E, San Jose Police Department, and we're at 95% staffing for those two, and they're both going to open in the next 2 weeks.
And then last, there was a question about the CEO did not answer calls from the press.
This is Marie again. When we first started the discussions with them, it was a services and programs set of questions we offered. And in fact, Dr. Brian Greenberg, as well as Heather Griffin, did 2 complete interviews with the individuals. We also did a tour of the Mountain View facility, and we had 3 of our clients speak to them at that point in time. So as we looked at it, we felt that we had provided an incredible amount of information as well as interviews, as was laid out in the very beginning of the story.
And let me say that we're a social service provider. We are in the service sector, and there's not an enterprise in the service sector that hasn't experienced staffing challenges. Our jobs are not flipping burgers. I mean, our staff needs some skill and have to be able to think on their feet and have to have that empathic, compassionate stance towards their job. So we're part of the larger employment picture in Silicon Valley and the peninsula.
Right. I think the next few questions are for staff. There's a question about the barrier. You've heard that the barrier is not interim housing, but permanent supportive housing. That's the overall problem is a lack of permanent supportive housing capacity. And there certainly is a need for more permanent supportive housing if that's the means by which to address all the homelessness. The advantage of the interim is that, it allows people to be quickly housed, often while they're waiting for the permanent supportive housing. But you also see that there are other outcomes. It's an opportunity sometimes to work with people that they relocate out of the Bay Area to somewhere more affordable. They may be able to get connected back with family. And so it really is a means of directing people to multiple options, not just permanent supportive housing. And so in that regard, it can take some of the burden off of the demand for the permanent supportive housing projects. Moving to Councilmember Watanabe. The question was, who would be applying for the grant? So in the staff recommendation, the original recommendation, the city would be the co-sponsor. We would apply jointly with Life Moves. The 2 would be signing the application together. The state requires that there be 2 co-applicants. One, basically a nonprofit that would be operating the facility, and the other, a local jurisdiction that's either the city in which the facility would be housed or the county. So there is an option. And it is possible for the county to act as the co-sponsor with Life Moves. And presumably that's what may happen. It would be up to the County Board of Supervisors to decide if the city decides not to be the co-sponsor, but we still continue to do other actions to support the project. It would then go to the county to decide if they want to be the co-sponsor. This was sort of the mayor's question, but if could the county just unilaterally move forward? The answer is technically yes. The county does not require, the state does not require that the city be a participant. By being a participant, it helps us to be at the table in terms of advocating for what we want to see in terms of conditions applied to the project, such as we've discussed, having control over any potential conversion of the site to a use other than for families, having some sort of oversight commission that meets on a regular basis to review the operations and so forth. So those are the advantages to the city to remain a partner in some regard, but we're not required to be the co-applicant by the state. There was a question about the sustainability of the project, and really this is the question again about funding beyond 7 years. I think we've addressed that as well as we could. The city, our special revenue fund, you were asking about that. I would say on the average, it's been about $1 million to $2 million a year in terms of money coming in from fees on new development. Of course, that's very much tied to the activity in the construction industry. So if there's more development activity, more construction going on, funds would come in more quickly. We had discussed initially, we have the PHLA monies awarded by the state for use in Santa Clara of about $500,000 a year. And those could very well continue beyond the initial 5 years. There's really an expectation that they would. But since that's not officially in place yet, sort of jumping to Vice Mayor Park's question here, but in the presentation initially, we talked about using a greater amount of those and in anticipation that they would become available, but we wanted to shift to a more conservative approach, one where we're really using monies that we have today, committing those in terms of the project. There was a question about, is this, who does Life Moves report to? Life Moves is a nonprofit. They have a governing board. They operate under the state laws related to nonprofits. I don't know if you want, did you want Life Moves to add more in that regard? Perhaps they could, but does that sufficiently answer the question?
If there were an issue, who would be held accountable?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So really, just getting back to the accountability. So, if there's an issue with funding, we've sort of talked about that, cost overruns. If the city is a co-sponsor, the city would have some degree of liability around that, which again we would try to mitigate through our letter of intent. If we are not the co-sponsor, we would have a lesser degree. The county is the property owner, so the county has kind of that underlying fundamental ownership of the site and responsibility in terms of what's on the property. The question is, would this be modular housing? And my understanding is that they would probably be making use of some sort of manufactured home type product, prefabricated units that could be brought in and assembled on site. That's common, and even market rate projects use that sometimes. So, I know that there's often sort of sometimes people use those for their accessory dwelling units that they have placed in their backyards. But I believe that's the intent here as in terms of the economics of construction. Who would have responsibility for public safety, the city or the county? It's in the city's jurisdiction, so public safety would go to the city. In alternative A, who determines the amount of support dollar-wise that the city would contribute? So that's a question to the city council. Staff has recommended the $7 million commitment that the city move forward with that, with $1.5 million being from the PHLA funds and $5.5 million from the city's special reserve funds. But that's a city council decision that is before you tonight to determine if you want to do that. Can we commit city resources to the project? If I'm understanding the question correctly, we are able to participate in funding it, whether or not we are a sponsor. We still have that ability. Just like any other affordable housing project, the county or the developer could approach us and we could commit some funds. And that's what we normally do for our permanent supportive housing projects. Has Santa Clara Police Department weighed in on this? Yes. They've been a part of the city's review process. They participate in the outreach. They have made comments that specifically to how the single point of entry was one of their concerns, the controlled entry, so that's been incorporated into the project. And then they have other concerns about operations that could be addressed as we move forward. All right, moving on to Vice Mayor Park. I believe the city attorney answered the first question. So the next question is about construction costs. The $32.5 million, and is the number that John Sobrato, who, as you know, has been a developer for many years, believes is the right cost. As said, we wanted to use a more conservative number, and so we've been using 34 million, and that's what they add up to. And so it was a mistake on my part to put 32.5 in today's PowerPoint, but conservatively we've been saying we think it will be 34 million. And then questions about how costs are being allocated per client, per unit. And so we were trying to provide apples to apples comparisons to the degree possible, looking at how many people, the population that we're intending to serve here, being 90 people in 30 units as family units. If you think of it as if it were singles, and the floor plan as mentioned has a bathroom, 2 bedrooms, and a 3rd room that has a kitchenette in it. But it's essentially potentially a bedroom as well. It meets the building code standards for an efficiency apartment type unit. So you can think of it as three rooms, and then that's how we did the math to try to do a fair representation of the construction costs, because you are building three rooms per unit. And so that perhaps explains that. I know there's a question about if we did the math, also from Councilmember Chahal, about, is it 500,000 or a third? It's basically $500,000 or a third of a million. It's $1 million per unit. If you divide it by the 3 rooms, similar to what you have where other projects have just 1-room units, that's why we use the third to be a comparable comparison. Next, for this question for Life Moves, there was a reference to using Craigslist as a means of finding people housing. Can you comment on that? Is there other means by which you would help people who are in the interim housing to find housing permanently?
We assist our folks in both employment and housing, and Craigslist is one of those tools. Just like for employment, Department of Rehab works with many of our clients, disabled clients, getting them into the job market, but other people look for jobs on Craigslist. Actually, Life Moves posts jobs on Craigslist. So some people move into market rate housing, where Craigslist is a good resource. Other people have vouchers or subsidies. Other people are being reunified with their families. Other people rent a room in the house, which may or may not be posted on Craigslist or other venues. So our housing specialists and case managers use a whole wide range of resources.
Right. The next question was about the floodplain, and to clarify that, so the majority of the site is what's called floodplain X, which basically has no flood proofing requirements. In some cases, a property next to a waterway may be subject to flooding, but that's not the case with this parcel, and it has to do with the elevation of the property, how the water flows, and so forth. FEMA maintains floodplain maps, and under that, this development area would not be subject to those floodplain requirements. So next question was, could if there are 3 cities that are party, 3 entities that are party to this, the city, the county, and Life Moves, and there's a proposed change of use, could any one of those 3 veto it? So I think it depends a little bit on how we set up in the letter of intent, but the answer could effectively be yes, as long as if Life Moves remains a partner and they don't want to operate something, they would by not participating, they could veto the use. I think that the county and the city, the county could then propose an alternate operator, alternate use. So there is some flexibility there, but the main intent was that the city be able to veto a change in the use, that the city would have the authority to say no to the county and or Life Moves, that it cannot be converted from the family use. And that's a decision of the future city council. There was a question about could we prohibit that from ever happening. I think that maybe I would refer that one to the city attorney in terms of the ability to limit future city councils' discretion over or what they may or may not do in that regard. But essentially, we can put in place today a requirement that the city would have to approve any change in use. What happens if children who move in, there's a family, and then the children become ages and there are no longer any children under 18, what would happen to a family in that case? I don't know, someone from Life Moves, could you speak to that?
Yeah, we generally people don't age out of our facilities. I mean, we have a commitment to help the folks who are moving in. I mean, we don't want to put them on the street because their youngest child turns 18. So unless the city or the county had an issue with that, we would not be discharging that family.
So, and again, the typical tenure is 4 to 6 months. So in that circumstance, there could potentially be someone with a child who's over 18 a family residing in the unit for a few months, if I understand correctly. Is that correct?
Yes. And, some people are going to be living there for a year or more until they find housing. I mean, the goal is to not exit households to homelessness.
Okay.
So there's a difference between averages and, some people, enough said.
Councilmember Becker asked about Elk Grove. I saw that in the news Monday, so I think it's fairly recent. The state attorney general is suing the city of Elk Grove because the city council denied an affordable housing project. As described by the state, they brought forward the lawsuit because the city council did approve a market rate project. They said that was comparable. And so under the state's judgment, the only reason the city didn't approve the affordable housing project was the fact that it was affordable. And they therefore said that the city of Elk Grove was in violation of state law regarding being, allowing housing development, basically affordable housing development. I don't know if the city attorney has more to say on that. You're familiar with that? It's a fairly recent.
Yeah, fairly recent case. My group's looked at it, Member Becker, Madam Mayor, Council, and certainly a case that we're interested in, right? Because it has the state, taking a active, aggressive role vis-a-vis cities that don't approve affordable housing projects where they have discretionary authority that's limited, by SB 35, and other applicable rules. That case would not apply in this instance. This is not the kind of project, and given the kind of involvement that's being requested of us, you have full authority to decide whether or not to participate or not.
Okay. And then moving on to the mayor's questions, could the county build this without our approval? Technically, yes, addressed that. Could the county fill units with singles or couples? If the county went forward completely unilaterally, I suppose they could. And you may then perhaps view this as an opportunity for the city to maintain a role in participating in the project. What will happen after 7 years? Is the city responsible? I think we've addressed that sufficiently. And I'll say a little bit more about our special revenue fund for affordable housing development. We have set aside money for the Civic Center Drive project. But we mentioned at the last meeting that we're aware of other projects that will likely ask us for monies. The Bella Vista one that we talked about as the former Bella Vista hotel now called Santa Clara Gardens is looking down the road for some monies from us potentially to build their phase 2, which is proposed, I think, 6 or 7 story residential piece to it. So that would be something that could potentially could be in competition in terms of funding source. But as alluded to, the $7 million would be something that we would be spending out over the course of the next 8 years. In all likelihood, we would have sufficient revenue coming in during that time period, either from the state, if there are additional PHLA monies, or from our development fees to replenish our funds sufficiently to address that other project and to provide some potential funding for other things as well. I think, and the question of why did we present information about the family facility in San Jose versus other Life Moves projects? And it was because it's a family project. As you heard from Life Moves, that the success rate is higher with families than with individuals and couples. And so we presented that data because we thought more fairly represented what we would experience in this case, and given that this is an all-family development. And then I think we addressed the last questions you asked about. Is this the first time the county's used this model already? So with that, I've gone through the list that I had. Let me know if I missed something.
I have Councilmember Jane, whose hand's up. Did you have a follow-up question or one that wasn't
I did
answered?
have some questions. One question, excuse me, I'd asked was, if the city were to build this facility elsewhere in the city, not at this location, due to the single-family homes and the residential nature, would there be any cost savings? Or if the city is committed to it, I see a number of signs out there in the audience talking about the extreme cost of this project. But, I've also heard that a lot of the people that live in that area are fully committed to supporting the homeless. So would there be any cost savings by putting it elsewhere? And then the second question I had, and I'm going to put our new city manager on the spot to explain to us how the budgets work. Santa Clara has a 2-year budget cycle. And is there any way for us to commit money for 30 years that is unchangeable? And it applies to the county as well. I don't believe they have a 30-year budget cycle. So are there any guarantees, like certain funding levels for our libraries or our senior center, that we could guarantee for 30 years?
You can answer that, City Manager.
Madam Mayor, thank you, and Councilmember Jane. The answer to your question is the current council cannot bind future councils, and so while the city does have a 2-year budget cycle, when that budget is adopted, it can be changed by that current council at a subsequent meeting or by later councils. And so there's no way in our structure to guarantee funding in the future unless you set aside and fund all of that money up front. But even if you did that, a subsequent council could reappropriate those funds to another source.
Thank you, City Manager. Director Crabtree, if this were built somewhere else, but the city's not building it, the county is, so I don't know if you can answer that question.
Sure. I do not believe it would be cheaper to build anywhere else in the city. You could argue that industrial land is cheaper than residential land, but the land is free in this case and that the county already owns it. We would have to purchase land if it were somewhere else, or someone would have to purchase land, so that would add to the cost. I don't think there's anything unique about the site that's raising either construction or operating costs. I think this is, based on our analysis, kind of typical for this type of facility in terms of both construction and operating costs. So I would expect it would be the same anywhere else in the city.
All right, Councilmember Becker, additional questions followed by City Manager.
Yeah, I have a really quick question, which is seeing kind of the conversation around changing the, sponsorship role or possible language. If that was to happen, would we have to have another meeting, specifically a special meeting, if we have to have public comment because the language has changed? So I just wanted to get a little confirmation on how that would work if this was to be deferred or have another meeting. Would it have to be a special meeting, or would there have to be more public comment if we were to change sponsor?
So the alternative where the city doesn't act as a sponsor is within the realm of what was brought forward. Is you're basically voting no on one of the actions that the council was asked. So that's in the realm. If you went on to some of the other alternatives where you're giving us direction to come back, then we would have an additional meeting, like in alternatives B or C. But the city attorney, yes.
Okay, city manager?
Madam Mayor, if I might, excuse me, add a comment to that, and Member Becker, did you want to answer? Because I was ready to. We're still working out, our relationship here.
You don't have that worked out yet?
It's nice to have his company up here for sure. Although Sue was great too. Now I've forgotten the question. The way this item is set up, Mr. Crabtree described accurately to you kind of where we're at and what your options are tonight. But I want to be clear about kind of what an LOI is and what it isn't. The LOI really was intended to be a framework for discussions, right, to get this project to the next step where potentially, an application could be submitted, as Member Crabtree described earlier, with details kind of to be worked out. Ultimately, the LOI would need to be converted into, even if you delegated authority to the city manager to proceed within defined parameters, would need to be converted into a final agreement. That final agreement would come back to you, and that final agreement would be subject absolutely legally to further public input on the advisability of you proceeding with that. So just wanted to add that additional context.
Okay, and so basically seeing that, if it was that, it would have to probably be similar to the situation we are now, is a special meeting, because how large it is, I mean, considering how many comments.
That would be up to you, to decide, with some input from city manager. But I could see that being an option. It could come back at legally, it can come back either at a special or a regular meeting, but that would certainly be a consideration.
For those who don't know, LOI means letter of intent, just for those who may not know.
Thank you, Madam
City
Mayor.
Manager?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Director Crabtree did an excellent job remembering and responding to all the questions.
Yes, thank you very much, Director Crabtree.
I noted two questions that we didn't get to. One was from Councilmember Jahal, and that was with regard to the home key application, asking, can we ask or convert that to permanent housing? And so I just want to ask staff or the county to address that question. And then the other question that I don't think we were able to get to was a definition of low barrier. I think the county mentioned that briefly, but maybe expand upon what a low barrier interim housing project is.
Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager, for the opportunity to respond. The Home Key program allows different types of project types. One is interim housing, one is permanent housing, and the other is interim to permanent. So conceivably, if you wanted to look at this opportunity as a permanent housing project, you could do that.
Thank you.
And then the question about low barrier, defining.
Yeah.
Getting your steps in today.
I'm getting my steps in, thank you. For low barrier, there isn't a defined definition in so we follow the continuum of care quality standards. There isn't a defined summary of what low barrier is, what you're looking for, Councilmember Chahal, but typically, as I mentioned, it's making sure that there isn't something extra that's imposed, so not requiring somebody to show their ability to pay rent, right? We talked a lot about successes once people are in interim housing and how they exit. If you make it a requirement that they are employed so that your success rates or outcomes are higher, that would be a barrier to entry. That's one example, and we try to limit what those barriers are because people are trying to recover and exit crisis.
So if, just hypothetically, a question, like in cases like we are discussing, can a felon be a low barrier plus or minus? Can we put that condition that, okay, we will not accept felons in this facility? Can that be a?
Sure. So in this development, because we're talking about children, they would not be eligible to be referred to the site. That would jeopardize their standing, which they would not want. And what we do is when we do the intake, right, so let me walk you through how it works. So if I'm an individual who's unsheltered, I call the Here For You hotline. It's the centralized hotline that we use to refer people to different programs. So there's a series of questions that are asked. There's a triage, if you will, to determine what type of intervention you need right now, whether it's a hotel or if I'm living in my car. So that's kind of the first step. Then we do a full assessment, and that assessment asks questions. If it's a family assessment, then it asks things about wellness. How many children do you have? What are their ages? Do they go to school? Where do you work? All of that because we're trying to understand what that individual household's needs and limitations are. There's a series of questions that are a bit traumatizing. They ask, has a member from your family been abused in the past? Are you facing any legal proceedings? So through that, we're able to determine what is the best situation or option for that household based on their individual needs. So we would not refer somebody in that situation to a family project because it would jeopardize their standing. We would look for an alternative housing location for them.
And some of these conditions you are trying to explain, would that be part of the discussion with our team? If hypothetically, if it moves forward, would you county be part of discussion with our city attorney team? What are the barriers, keeping in view the response from the resident? These are the barriers we want to put, or these are the barriers we don't want to put.
So there's different ways. Yes, thank you for the question, Councilmember Chahal. There's different ways of approaching the situation. One is looking at what is the operating manual for the site. Within that operating manual, we would designate what the eligibility criteria is for the program and what, if any, are types of restrictions. The way that you're framing it as restrictions, we in the county look at it as how do you screen people into programs and look at it through that lens, not the reverse. But we would work with the city attorney's office and our county council to determine, what is the city's interest, what do you want captured in the LOI, and as the city attorney mentioned, that a formal agreement would actually come back to the council at a later date.
Okay. And to follow up on that, you did mention that the home key funding we are getting for this project can also be applicable for a permanent affordable housing.
Yes, the Home Key program allows different project types. So to give you an example, the county is a co-sponsor. Actually, for this one, we are currently just a single sponsor, but will be co-sponsor. The Crestview Hotel in the city of Mountain View, we are converting that hotel into permanent housing.
Okay, and so the same ruling can be applied to this particular site too, if we want to have a permanent.
When you apply. So you have to make that decision when you apply for the original grant.
Okay, thank you very much for clarification.
A question, Vice Mayor Park.
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions. Well, for you, I do have one just to follow on here. The first thing is that you mentioned that when you're trying to show that low barrier isn't exactly defined, but you mentioned that, for example, you can't have requirement for a job, which would be a barrier to entry to the site. But then when you said family screening, you asked the questions such as, do they have children? How old are the children? And do they have a job? Are they working? How are they supporting their family? I don't understand.
Sure.
And so if I just continue just a little bit, so I would like examples of low barrier versus no barrier. And the other question I have, just so I get them, you can think about them, is, you talked about this, and I kind of like this concept of how do we screen people into the program, right? As a engineering manager, I often say, how do I interview inclusively? How can I find people who find out what they can do versus exclude them based on what they cannot do? But wouldn't that potentially miss serious problems? For example, I could see that as we're trying to screen people into a program, we would assign them to a program before we get to a point where we hit a serious issue that could potentially exclude them. How do you avoid pitfalls like that?
Sure. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for the question. In terms of the questions that we ask about employment, location of school, Part of our job is to minimize the trauma of somebody when they become homeless. So if they have children and the children are going to school, we're going to prioritize them for a location that would prevent the child from being disrupted from their education. Or if they have employment, that they are within close proximity, because as we know, if you have a job in San Jose or in Palo Alto, but you live in Gilroy, getting to and from work and having to care for your children is a significant impact. So we would not recommend putting somebody who is unsheltered, a family who's homeless, their children are going to school in Santa Clara, to put them in interim housing in the city of Gilroy, for instance. That commute would be very disruptive if it's only on an interim basis and then they have to come back and move. So that's the reason why we ask the questions, is to determine what do they consider home when they're unsheltered. That's one kind of thing. And then in terms of the screening in, again, Vice Mayor Park, the questions that we asked are intended to be low barrier in the sense that we don't require case management. We don't require people to have employment in order to be successful. It's a housing first model, and we look at ways to screen people in and give them and connect them to the resources that they need. The first thing is to get them sheltered. This is what our Housing First model looks like, and by doing that, we can ensure that people have the opportunity to relax. They're indoors. They no longer have to worry about being unsheltered outdoors and unsafe. And it takes some people a little bit longer to feel comfortable to connect with case management and look for employment and connect them to housing.
Okay, and then how or if or when do you ever make the determination that perhaps the child is not safe even in their family environment?
And can you describe what you mean by safe?
Safe is a kind of an open term, but if you, what kinds of things, or how would you come to the point where you determine that a child in the existing environment is not safe?
Sure, so maybe if I can give you an example. So let's assume that we have a single mother with a child. And either the mother has some type of mental health illness or a physical disability, or the child does. And the room that we're providing them creates a barrier for them in that they physically cannot access the unit. Or it creates a hardship for them to go upstairs or use an elevator, then the location that we have sent them to is not an adequate site, right? If you do not move them, that could create some behavioral issues if they are not comfortable where they're staying. And we would move them to a facility that would actually address their needs.
Can we go a little bit more substantial than a physical barrier? For example, there could be mental or abuse or trauma or other things
Correct.
that could be
There
existent in the family situation.
Yeah, so any trigger, any circumstance that would create a situation both for the household who is struggling, for the staff there, and for the other participants, if there is disruption or there is not the support that they need. In some instances, the support can be higher. In other instances, it can be lower, where they don't feel, right, people can exit out of the interim situation quicker than others. It really is a case-by-case basis. Ultimately, the approach is we do what's best for that household. We don't want people to be unsuccessful. If they are in a situation, in an interim housing option that is not good for them, then we move them.
Understood. And then the last question, which I asked previously, didn't quite get an answer, and I don't know where the answer could come from, is I don't know this kind of inexactness between clients and units. I don't think that we get funding from HomeKey per client. I think that we get them for units. So in order to get the full HomeKey funding for this project, which I believe is $22.5 million, how many units, not clients, would we have to propose?
Thank you for the question. And this one is tricky. So when you look at the last 2 pages of the Notice of Funding Availability for the HomeKey, it doesn't fit into the model that we're talking about today. That per unit subsidy amount assumes that you're taking a hotel and that you're converting it into a permanent housing unit, or that you're taking a hotel and you're using it as interim housing to fit a specific household size. we're talking about modular, and so even though the state is advocating for these types of developments, their NOFA doesn't reflect that. And I had the opportunity on Friday to participate in a panel for HCD in partnership with Enterprise, and had the opportunity to have a one-on-one session with HCD staff about this exact question. And they would count the doors that are provided. So in this case, Vice Mayor Park, it would be 90 doors that they would count. That's what would be presented in the application, and Life Moves can speak a little bit more, but this is exactly what happened in Palo Alto. They looked at the number of doors.
Please.
The application was submitted based on the number of doors, and that is what the award for the home key is.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane, do you have an additional question?
Yes, I'm going to call Consuelo back up. Sorry. Consuelo, can you describe the difference between client or tenant rights between interim supportive housing and permanent supportive housing? My understanding is that one of the problems at Milpitas was that being permanent supportive housing, people had leases. And especially under COVID, it was virtually impossible to evict people who had leases. And it's still fairly difficult to evict people who have leases. And how does that compare to interim housing?
Thank you, Councilmember Jane, for the question. I do want to clarify that in all of our programs, our job is to make sure that people remain sheltered or remain housed. The difference between Milpitas and an interim housing site is that in Milpitas, it's an apartment building. So just like any one of us who are renters, we have tenant rights. And if there are if you're not following what the property rules are, then you are subject to a written notice for violating those rights, and then you have an opportunity to cure them. And if you don't, then you can face an unlawful detainer or an eviction proceeding, and that takes a really long time. So when you establish tenancy, we can't just evict somebody for no reason. There's just cause. In interim housing, there's a participation agreement. There's no tenancy that's created like an apartment. So if somebody's not following the rules, which Life Moves can talk about the process by which they exit somebody from the program, there's no tenancy that's created, and so the participant can be terminated from the program and exited from the facility.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so we don't have any further questions, Council. So I just, first of all, want to thank our city staff, Andrew, Adam, everyone that was associated with putting the packet together. Thank the county, Life Moves, everyone that testified before the city council, everyone that sent us emails and signed petitions and sent us PowerPoints and others. We do have a lot of information. As you can see, there's still a lot of questions and things that we are still wondering about. So I just want to say to the council, now is the time for us to deliberate, to get a motion on the floor, and to talk about what we want to do and what is in the best interest of our city. I just want to say before we deliberate, if the council, if it's my understanding, if the council said just outright no, the way the project's presented, that the county could build this project without our approval. I think that's what I heard. That was pretty clear, that they can do it without our approval. So the question for us is, if we're against this project, are we going to allow them, to have the ability to do that without our approval, or do we want some sort of say in what happens on that site? And I think that's what we have to think about when we're deliberating now. What sort of participation do we want the city of Santa Clara to have in this project if it's going to be in Santa Clara? But keeping in mind that if we say no, it could happen anyway under their conditions. Excuse me, sorry, please stop. So I just want to say that because that's the information that I received from the speakers today. And do we want to participate, and do we want to participate funds in that? Or do we want to take it on ourselves or say outright no? So those are the discussions that we have, and I'm going to entertain any motions on the floor. So Councilmember Becker.
Yeah, I would request for not only our staff, but I think my colleagues as well, if we could take a 10-minute recess for bathroom breaks.
Oh, very good. All right, thank you. All right, and for our staff too, it's 7:47, so 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock, everyone take a break, a comfort break. Thank you. Seats, please. Nora, okay, we're ready. Okay, please come to order. Before the council deliberates, I'm going to ask Consuelo from the county. There's a question, since I framed the issue before the break, that the county could build this project, even if Santa Clara says no. I'm wondering if you could please let us know what the county's intentions may be if the city of Santa Clara does indeed vote down this project this evening. If you wouldn't mind, please come forward. Thank you. Oh, it's here. Let's turn it on. Okay. Oh, I turned it off. Someone else turned it on. We did at the same time. Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity to clarify. The county's position has been that if you vote no, we would not move forward with the project. If you voted...
Please, let her speak.
Thank you for that, Mayor. If you voted to not be a co-sponsor but support the project, then I would have to go back to my board to determine if they wanted to be a co-sponsor for the project. But if you voted no to not support the project, we would not move forward.
If we voted to put the money forward but not co-sponsor the project, what would happen in that event? I just want the council to know what the options are.
Yes, under that, I would go to the board and ask if they wanted to be co-sponsor, knowing that the city was supportive of the project by providing the funding.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Appreciate it.
Can I ask?
Yes, Councilmember Chahal, you might as well come back.
So is there a backup of any permanent housing for the county? Let's say we don't vote, the council doesn't make any decision. Is county thinking of making a permanent housing at this site?
We have not discussed that, Councilmember Chahal. Right now, the board referral has asked us to look at properties specifically for safe parking and interim housing. As you know, we also manage the $950 million affordable housing bond. We have projects in your city for that funding. That's a different bucket of resources. In this case, our charge is limited to safe parking and interim housing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, council, it's now time for deliberations and comments and motion. Hold on a second. I knocked myself out of the meeting. Okay, Councilmember Hardy. Please, if you wouldn't mind putting your signs down. We have seen them, but it blocks the view of others who may want to see what's going on up here. But thank you. We saw them again. Thank you very much. All right, Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I wonder if staff could put back up the slide where we were given the staff recommendation.
Okay, give them a minute to do that. Do we have that? Oh, thank you. No need to rush. I'm not rushing you, I promise. You've been patient with us. Thank you.
I apologize. I forgot to write down the number of which one it was.
The number of the slide?
Yes.
It would be at the end, probably.
I think so. Under the, alternatives. Well, there's the original. And then the next one was, that's part of, okay. So I apologize because there's 4 parts and because what we have is I can look at it here, I guess it's easier. Authorize the Office of the City Manager to negotiate and execute a 3-party letter of intent between Life Moves, County of Santa Clara, and the City of Santa Clara defining the roles and responsibilities for the financing, operations, and construction management for the home key application for the property located at Lawrence and Benton in a final form approved by the city attorney.
Can you go to the page before that? Yes. Is that what
Okay.
you
Yes.
just read?
Okay.
Right there, number 1?
That's number 1.
Okay.
Now, number 2 was where it was separated, adopt a resolution authorizing the office of the city manager to apply for, execute, and submit all required documents for California Department Housing Community Development Home Key Program to participate as a co-applicant. So those are so understanding that those are 2 different things. A letter of intent would be to say, go ahead and apply for the grant. And then number 3 is authorize the County of Santa Clara to update the City of Santa Clara's permanent local housing allocation 5-year plan by adding activity 6 to the county's PLHA plan to assist persons who are experiencing or at risk of homelessness and allocating year 3, 4, and 5 funding, because we already have 1 and 2. After deducting administrative costs to the Benton Lawrence Station interim housing. And then 4 is to provide direction to return to City Council for approval of a budget amendment appropriating up to $5.5 million from the special revenue funds for operations at the Benton Lawrence. So if I'm understanding, those are the 4 recommendations, and then you said it is possible to take out number 2, which is the co-sponsorship, but still allocate possible funds, and then make the city still give the city a voice in what goes on. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, that's correct. Basically, vote no on number 2, and then if the city council approved the other 3, that's how we would proceed.
Or we could make a motion just to put 1, 3, and 4.
That's correct, yeah, right.
Not to say.
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to approve 1, 3, and 4 of the recommendation from staff.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and second for 1, 3, and 4. Can you give me a minute on that? Okay, all right. Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I realize that many people here have spent hundreds of hours on this issue. And as you know, you now understand how our processes work in the city, and you've been to council meetings. So I'm really encouraging you to take a lot of that energy and apply to one of our commissions in the city. The chair of our redistricting committee enjoyed the process and then applied to our station area task force. We have commissions like Parks and Rec, our senior commission, historic landmarks, civil service, library commissions. We're always looking for people to serve on those committees. So I encourage you all to get more engaged civically. And now I want to talk about this project. Whenever I go downtown to San Francisco and San Jose, I'm put off by the number of tents and the number of people sleeping in doorways. It's a huge deterrent to tourism. And San Francisco used to be the top tourist destination. I believe that is why Mayor Matt Mahan wants to divert money from affordable housing to homeless services. I'm very encouraged by the drop in homelessness in Mountain View by 43%. That is why I was an advocate for creating the homeless task force in the city of Santa Clara. And one of their top recommendations was interim supportive housing. So clearly Mountain View is doing something right. Homelessness in Santa Clara, on the other hand, has gone up by 30%. And I don't want Santa Clara to be like downtown San Francisco. I understand that parents here are very concerned about their safety of children living of their own children. But what about the safety of children living in cars or tents? That is also my responsibility as a council member. I believe that children living in stable housing will be subject to fewer threats than those living on the streets. The stress of living on the street leads to mental illness, poor health, and sometimes substance abuse. I'm dismayed by the number of people who called this 30-unit families only project a bait and switch. When I talked with residents early on, this is exactly what they were asking for. Families, lower heights, lower numbers of units, less traffic, more parking. I believe staff and the county listened to the residents and modified the project accordingly. For those who object to the high cost, it won't be any different if you put it elsewhere. And I know you all are deeply committed to helping the homeless. In fact, as staff has said, it would probably be more expensive to put it elsewhere because the city would then have to go buy land. So I am very eager for the city to maintain some level of control in this project and to reserve the right to make this, to prioritize homeless families living in Santa Clara. So I'm very eager for the city to commit funding, but I'm also concerned about the liability and cost overruns. So I'm actually in favor of the recommendation that Councilmember Hardy made and that Councilmember Watanabe seconded of having the county and Life Moves be the co-sponsors and Santa Clara to commit funding to guarantee some of our control. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm going to take a few minutes here to discuss what I've observed and what I've seen in this project and what I've heard. Some of my opinions here tonight, I'm going to say, will not be popular basically by both sides of this issue, and maybe even among my colleagues. People are entitled to their opinions and entitled to their position. We can disagree, and I think that's what the beauty of this country is that we have that right to disagree with each other. I love, though, seeing this turnout. Frankly, I wish we would see this turnout at every meeting and on other issues. As Councilmember James said, I encourage you to apply to our commissions, and I encourage you to attend our council meetings. As I said before, you're also entitled to the details of what's going to be in their neighborhood. I also feel we the people, are obligated to help and find the solutions, and that's why we were elected. I, like many of you, grew up in this city knowing this as the pumpkin patch and the Christmas tree lot. So I know the history of the land and for some time. I've got many calls and so many emails about homelessness, about single individuals living on the streets and near the creeks and under bridges. I got calls or emails about families living in motorhomes. I hear from teachers, school district employees, and more about students that are homeless, malnourished, and lack of cleaning facilities and clean clothes, let alone school supplies. There is a stigma that is attached to being homeless, and it sickens me that we have that. I understand that there is a mental health crisis, and a lot of that has collapsed during the 80s when I was a kid. Yet there are many that are being stigmatized because of individuals that do other things, such as mental illness. I ask that many of you put yourself in their shoes. The crime is on the streets, and this proposal is getting people off the streets. We are faced with the concerns from you, the community, to fix the problem. And what we are trying to do is fixing that problem with a solution. Yet sometimes the solution is not always popular, but is better than the alternative. Should we revert to the alternative? I've seen San Francisco. I don't want that. You don't want that. We want preventative measures and preservation of our quality of life. I have seen language shared in this room and on emails that concern me, like heavy background checks, etc., for potential individuals. I agree on, but individual daily inspections, daily drug testing, and so on, lots of this sounds draconian and inappropriate. I listen to a lot of assumptions like claims of screening of law-abiding citizen families members who do not have substance abuse problems or criminal records and have good credit scores and jobs to afford rent. That in itself, I feel, is discriminatory and classist rhetoric that we should all ignore. In the general public and normal neighborhoods, we have these issues from drugs to bad credit scores. I hear about location, 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 and where it should be, and some suggestions I read are not suitable spots or even livable. I took a tour of the creeks with Councilmember Park, Vice Mayor Park, in 2021. I listened to those who lived in the tents and in the creek. Most worked, told us their stuff would be ransacked while they went to work, and it becomes territorial. They fear their stuff is being taken and stolen. Something many of these families are dealing with up on the north side in motorhomes. They fear their vehicle will be broken into while they are at work or school. I knew students at San Jose State, because I attended San Jose State. I knew students that were living literally in their cars. They showered and ate on campus. I worked at a job where I had employees that were coming in at 9 o'clock at night to shower, to eat, and go sleep in their car to be ready to go to work the next day. So I see the need. Many of us are living paycheck to paycheck, many one paycheck away from being homeless. Most are a medical bill, a death, or a layoff from losing everything. This economy is telling us everything. This issue hits close to home to me. My family has never had a silver spoon. My family had worked and earned our way. My family experienced homelessness. My aunt and her daughters lived in trailers and were going through the system. They now finally have housing in San Martin in the Gilroy area, and it breaks my heart to see it because my other aunt, who is very homeless often, I have not heard from her since before the pandemic. I don't know where she is and if she's safe. I mean, homelessness in economic turmoil and politics ruin families. So the housing crisis, though, is nothing new. This has been going on as far back as I can remember. In 1993, my parents bought a home in Los Banos in the Central Valley because of the whole urban sprawl. They couldn't afford to live here, and they were working 2 jobs, and they still couldn't afford to live here. They bought a suburban home, and they drove 80 miles each way. For 20 years, I lost time with my parents, and I lost moments with people that I love, all because of housing and the cost of transportation failures. Many other parents did the same thing. Lots of kids I went to school with had commuting parents. This extends into my generation and why we can't afford homes and why so many young people are moving away. So basically, it's a catch-22. When I got elected to this job, I was basically tasked with help solving homelessness, at least getting the resources going. Myself and my colleagues up here, we went out, we did the work, we listened, we found solutions, we worked with the county. A solution we have here today and other days are met with a lot of criticism after outreach and a task force. So basically, we are in a lose-lose situation, I often feel. When many parents I talk to ask me about why can't their children afford to live here, and seniors ask me why the cost of living is so high and that they can't afford to live here if they sell their homes, many of these seniors are cutting meals just to afford to pay their rent here. It is not American that we put people through this. It is not humane that we are in these times. Young people ask me, where did we go? And how many more jobs do they have to work in order to live on their own and not with their parents? There's no independence without dependency, and I see this as basically a stepping stone. Think about it. Starbucks workers, grocery store clerks, fast food workers, content moderators, teachers, the list is long. These essential workers are priced out and often go homeless. The catch-22 again is the solution is simple. The solution
Please
is
let him
simple.
speak, please.
We have to accept the fact that we have to grow.
Wait. Excuse me, Councilmember Becker. Please, let's keep it quiet in here so he has an opportunity to speak. Thank you. Go
I
ahead.
understand a lot of your fears. Trust me, I have fed in that fear often as well. Fear is a drug that is rapidly available and weaponized when people don't understand or just don't want the differences in their own community. Lots of it is assumptions when the reality is they are more like you and me than you think. It should be families, period. It should be designated that. I understood your quality of life is important just as their quality of life is important for those less fortunate. If this was market rate housing, would the majority be opposed to that? This reminds me of the HBO series, which I suggest all of you go watch. It's called Show Me a Hero. This series examines the fight over housing, classism, and racism. The miniseries reveals how implicit racism is every bit as destructive as explicit racism. In the post-Jim Crow era, many of us have noticed, legislators and developers often use housing policies to legally destroy African American communities and use highways to divide poor neighborhoods. Look at how highways are submerged in rich neighborhoods and highways are above the ground in poor neighborhoods. The fight over disparate impact in Yonkers in the 1980s is still happening today, just like many places across this country and here today. Here is instead implicit and explicit instead of implicit and explicit racism, it is implicit and explicit classism. A quote from the show is so relevant.
Please.
It is all property values and life and liberty.
Excuse me, Councilmember Becker. You know, I understand some of you may not agree with his comments, but he does have a right to make them. So please, if we could get through this so he can make his comments and we can get to the other council members as well. Please, thank you. I don't want to have to stop the meeting and take a break. Please, let him continue. Go ahead,
My favorite
please.
quote from the series says this: "It's all property values and life and liberty, and people aren't living where they can afford. Underneath it all, it's fear, same as it ever was." So I lay in bed every night, and I often think of how grateful and how blessed I was to have a home and a family and clothes to wear and food to eat. I think of having a roof over my head and how during these recent nasty storms, especially that creek Councilmember Park and I walked through, I think about going, man, they were living in that creek. The weather that they had to suffer through. People that are actually working. People that don't have the mental illness. People that are working. So I cannot fathom that. I have lots of sympathy, and I see a lot of the pros, which is basically being strictly families, meeting our needs regionally, a contract monitor, somebody that's going to monitor this place, and a low impact on that corner. I do all see your cons. I see all the things that you brought up. And it's, again, strictly families. I was worried about getting sued by Newsom and the Attorney General. I'm really glad that our city attorney clarified a lot of those issues for me. I have concerns about grocery store accesses, which I've covered before. 7-Eleven and the liquor store across the street, I think 7-Eleven is considered a market, but I think that's a little high-priced market, if you ask me. So I also brought up the high salaries about what Life Moves does, and I think they should increase their salaries of employees that are actually facing what is going on. And I said, as the must-haves, again, we just went through those just recently, and I won't beat a dead horse on those. But it comes down to this. I can sit here and pass the buck to the next generation and the next council. I can do what others did in the 1990s and allow the crisis to grow and discriminate a whole generation. The mistakes of the past will still haunt millennials, which is my generation, and will cripple Generation Z and beyond. We can be the difference, and that's the word, is we is the word. There is more from we and we the people, united to combat the crisis, rather than point fingers and say no, or just even say yes. On the Statue of Liberty, it reads, "Give me your tired, give me your poor, your huddled masses, yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore." Our city is titled the center of what's possible. Look around this room and ask yourself how many of you know that are affected by this. Seriously, ask yourself. If your own kids would be affected by this, it could be generations of millennials or Gen Z. It is not the same like the good old days where my grandparents bought a house here in 1953 for $9K, or many in 1990s buying houses for $200,000. The system has failed a lot of us, and times have changed.
Let's stop for a moment, please.
You cannot compare
Councilmember
the two.
Becker, can you just stop for a moment? Mind shutting the door, please? Okay, go ahead, please.
I'll wrap this up as quickly as I can. Our city is titled, if you see it a lot of around here, we are the center of what's possible. Look around this room and ask yourself if anyone you know has been affected by homelessness. If your own kids will be affected, because this is affecting the generation of millennials, Generation Z. It is breaking the bank of all of us, including seniors. Like I said, it's not the old days where you can afford a home at $9,000. The middle class is disappearing. It is either rich and poor and no in between. And frankly, honestly, I probably make less money than all of you do. Field of Dreams said, if you build it, they will come. If you build the affordable housing, in this case, you build the affordable housing, the alternative housing can be a part of the solution. Yet when we don't build the housing, we sit here and wonder why we are seeing a mass exodus of this community, and more people are moving to the valley and bearing a commute, like my parents did, or moving out of state to find their American dream, rather than suffer a nightmare of a vicious cycle of not being able to afford a roof over their head. So again, put yourself in their shoes and ask what you would do and how you would feel if someone put a stigma because you were not established or you're different. I have been there. I think about it every day, and every day it's a blessing to be here and to live here. But again, a lot of us being priced out. So together we have to solve this. And I'm in favor of moving forward of a project that's going to help our community and not put more people on the streets.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Park?
So I think I can count the votes, and it's unfortunate because I never really thought about voting or lawsuits. But let me tell you why I'm not in support of this motion. But first of all, I do want to say a couple of things, and I wish the people out there would listen to this. Having facilities, especially supportive housing, near neighborhoods, near residents, is exactly what we would prefer to have. Residents, not just people unhoused, but residents on the edge, living in normal communities is exactly, with neighbors, is exactly the ideal situation. I mean, what I would love to see is a site that has so much community support that there's no room for clients to go astray. That's what I would love. People that have demanded that I speak for my constituents, while ignoring the fact that the people unhoused in our communities are just as much my constituents as people in houses. I don't think people understand that. And I have a very strong affinity towards the people. I don't just walk the creek a couple of years ago. I've walked the creeks every 3 months. I do it on a regular basis because I know a lot of the people out there and I still contact them. Although I will admit I have not walked the creek since November. And we ask, why do we need more homeless shelters when we have so few homeless? And the short answer is because a life is a life. And if we can reduce homelessness by even one, I think we have to try to do that. And why wouldn't we want to take as much credit as a city as we can for the help that we give to the people who are unhoused? I know Anthony from the last meeting said that it would create a better dialogue with examples to show that these people are not dangerous criminals. Christopher in the last meeting said nearly all of us are one emergency away from homelessness ourselves. And to be honest, that's the problem I want to fix. I want to fix why are we in a society where we are 1, 2 months, one emergency away from homelessness ourselves. How do we reduce homelessness by preventing people who are on the edge from falling in? How do we do that? I think that's a bigger and more interesting question. And I want to do this so that none of us, anyone on the edge, will have the opportunity for other people to look at us and judge us like what I've heard, which is undeserving criminals, mentally ill, drug addicts, sex offenders, prostitutes, these people, and worse, those people. It's actually really hard for me to hear that, but the worst part is I understand where you're coming from. Because everyone who says, well, homelessness has helped me, I've been helped, these are really good people. To be honest, those aren't the people that we're meeting on the streets. It's a kind of a survivorship bias, which is if we say that those are the only kinds of homeless people out there or people unhoused out there, that's not true either. And what I do is, I don't know if people see this, but I try to refer to homelessness or the unhoused people as people unhoused to remind myself that they're people first and unhoused second, and hopefully not homeless at all, because as long as we have somebody who cares about them, whether it's here or out there in their families, they have a home, it's just they need shelter. It's not really a semantic issue as people claim, but it's really one of narrative. We need to control what the narrative is. People complain that their operational costs are high because it includes services. And to be honest, if Life Moves actually has access to the services and the professionals that they claim, they can make money opening up services, the services that they have to the neighborhoods and to the public. I mean, mental health, I keep saying this, we're only 20% served in the area. And that's only if we consider people who are looking for help. If we consider people who aren't even looking for help, we're probably in the single digits. Shelter isn't the only problem in the Valley, and it's not only people unhoused who suffer from it. Skip down a bit. People have said that unhoused would not move here. And to be honest, that's true even in my experience. I've asked a lot of people, would they move to a shelter? And a lot of them said no, and then I had to explain, oh, it's this kind of shelter. And then a few of them still said no. But the question I had is, should we ignore the people who would go? And what I see here is a lot of fear. I mean, there's a lot of fear because this is low barrier. And to be honest, that's exactly what Life Moves says it wants to do. It wants to do low barrier. It prefers to take on the more challenging elements of the population. I think that's a noble thing because we absolutely need more of that. There need to be more organizations that take on the hard part of the work. But perhaps with a little bit more compassion to both staff and not just to clients, right? And maybe even to the residents whose support they need to achieve success. Like I didn't really see a lot of that, to be honest. Right? It was very clear the community was not in favor of low barrier at this location. Not in favor of this. And I don't understand how any of the changes that were proposed by the county or by Life Moves did not address the basic fear. It's not about units, not about heights. I mean, why would you want to put a low barrier shelter in the middle of residential? Like low barrier, not saying shelter, I'm saying low barrier. Especially one that you're placing families into. Families with children. Like I thought when I heard that it was moving to families that there would be a lot more restrictions, that the barrier would become low barrier to medium barrier, something else. But that didn't happen. I know that we have family assessments, which are a little bit different, but I didn't hear anything that would assuage people who are afraid of low barrier. If you added barriers, I'm sure that you would still have families in need who would go to these things. You may not think so, you may not even see them because a lot of them are hiding. Right? And the real thing is when I talk to families on the street with children, they said, yes, we would go to a higher barrier shelter. So businesses, clients, even Life Moves staff. I spent a lot of time last week and this week talking to Life Moves, talking to clients, and they all commented on having a convenience store across the street from housing, from a low barrier housing, not just the residents of the facilities, but people who hang around. There's concerns about friends of clients. And the feelings only intensify when we put in singles, when we discuss singles. But even with families, there is this concern. And I guess the question is, why was singles, and in that quantity, even first proposed for this site? I feel that it took a really long time for the county to shift to this family's narrative. And I don't understand why, because I think it was really clear from even the first meeting what the issue was. And the biggest issue wasn't about numbers. It wasn't about heights. There were some concerns about heights and there were concerns about numbers, but if you go to every single meeting, they'll tell you what they didn't like. It's the low barrier. Right. And I mean, there's a lot of details here. I'm going to just go skip over. But Lee talked about design and operational details that were missing, and now we have them. Now we have the configurations. And if we look at the 22.5 million that this project needs, we get back to 90 units again. And when we go back to 90 units and we say Life Moves has, or the project, we've changed the project to address what you're really concerned about, I don't see it. We get the same number of units, we get the same number of people. But the most important thing is the thing that everyone was complaining about, we get the same low barrier, but now with families, but now with children. Life Moves, what would you do? How would you filter any member that's at risk, is a safety risk? How would you determine this in advance? Why would you put somebody who's a potential safety risk into a situation with families and children? Right? And how is this managed without checks? I know there's a family assessment, but how deep are these family assessments? I hear kind of the opposite of what I want, which is I hear that the assessments are trying to include, as opposed to do what we'd really like to do is exclude, make sure that we've got the right safe environment for the children that we're bringing in. And I heard about the curfew, and I heard that, well, if people break curfew, we'll talk to them and change their curfew. Right, but what are the guidelines if somebody breaks a curfew? Like, I hear conversations about changing curfew requirements for people who are not in compliance, but how do you enforce the curfews that people have already agreed to? I didn't hear anything about that. The only thing that's worse than rules without consequence are consequences with no rules, or no consequences at all, and I don't hear any consequences in what's being proposed. Right, Alex asked, what are the plans to deal with people who are kicked out? I mean, we hear that, well, we don't want to kick them out. The goal is we will keep them housed until they get permanent housing. But what does that mean? Does that mean that if you have a severe problem, you're not going to kick them out? You're going to keep them housed? I think that doesn't seem right. There should be a plan for that. And this isn't a plan that we should come up with. This is a plan that you should have already, because there are already a lot of sites out there operating. Right? JPAN asked, will the city close the shelter if metrics exceed thresholds? Actually, she didn't use the word metrics. I put that in there. But what are those metrics? What happens to people living at the site? Like, we need to create a basis for a successful project at this site. Right. And low barrier, when we're bringing children into it, just doesn't sound like that's the right answer. Shalini said interim housing allows for thorough inspections and disciplinary actions if needed, and I agree with that. But what kinds of inspections will be done if this is the case? I mean, this is not a question that was brought up here. It's a question that people are asking at existing sites. Right? Elisa said there are no perfect solutions, but there are better and worse solutions. Right? And for every person that says, we need shelters, we need housing, we need to get this in, my question is always, is there such thing as a project that doesn't fit? Is there such thing as a bad project? And if the answer is no, we need to get housing or shelters at any cost, that's absolutely the wrong answer. Absolutely the wrong answer. Right. Eric asked about the training of the staff, and I've talked to a lot of the staff, and the staff admit they don't have the right training. I mean, if we think that this is managing a building, I think that's absolutely wrong. I think shelters, especially shelters that have people unhoused, is absolutely about managing people. And if you don't get the best people in to manage these people, you're going to have problems. And what I've heard, especially with Mountain View, is we've got problem after problem after problem because we're getting staff members, we're getting them because we need them. We're not getting them because they're the right people. We want people with learned experience, not just with learning, with lived experience. Because the problems that you have at a shelter, the problems that you have with people, aren't something that you want people coming up with on the fly. You want people to know, oh, in these cases, this is what we're going to do. But that's not what I hear about. And not just once, I've seen this once. I want them to have seen this a lot of times. If you need to double the salaries to get experienced people in, do that. Do that. Like, it's worth it. Asha said, when cities don't invest in interim housing, we resort to police. And I kind of agree to that. We need to understand that public safety is more than police, but even police don't seem to understand that when it comes to budgets. Like, we're not doing the children any favors if we bring them into this environment and we have no power to protect or serve them, right? Like, we have this idea that we want something bad to happen first before we make actions. And I'm like, I don't want that to happen when I'm the responsible person for bringing children into this facility. I don't want to wait for something bad to happen before I say, maybe this is too risky. I don't want to judge the risk after a problem has occurred, right? I mean, people said Life Moves is not trustworthy. They didn't put the community safety as a priority, and I kind of see where that's coming from. And I don't see that where that's coming from just from the people in the audience. I hear that in some of the clients that have passed through Life Moves site. I still talk to them. I talked to them last week. I asked some of them if they'd come to the meeting on Tuesday, and they said, I don't know if I want to do that. Right? I mean, the change in the project from singles to families, we listen to you. I just don't see that. I don't see that. The numbers are almost exactly the same. There are no changes to those numbers. I mean, if we have to rethink the use after 7 years, why don't we target a more permanent project in the first place? Right, permanent housing so that families can stay instead of getting evicted at the end of their stay or when funding stops. And maybe have rent to own. I hear about housing first principles, but they stop at homeless children deserve just as much happiness as house children, and their environments should be just as safe. And if we're not going to guarantee that, then I'm not so sure I want to create unsafe environments for children to go into. Well, I mean, that means they should not have any fear, not from the streets and not from the communities that they're living in that they don't have a choice to get out of because their families are put there in a low barrier shelter. The problem is we're bringing children to the site and you're asking me to take responsibility for it. And my answer is going to be no. It's a bit of a trolley problem, right? There's a bit of a survivorship bias. I'm going to say it. Everyone says, I had this problem. It helped me. I've got problems. I've got mental illness. And I'm saying, I know, but you're here. That puts you in probably the top 10% of the people that need help. And those aren't the people necessarily people are going to go into this site. And I've talked to some of them. I've talked to people that I don't know if they'd make it into this site, but they have children too. It worries me, which is why I try to contact them every month. But the fact that there are dangerous people out there, that's also just as true. And I think that to not acknowledge that, people complain about the people saying no or looking at one side. Well, I think that the people saying yes are kind of only looking at one side too. And I think that's just as problematic. I understand where many of the IMB proponents are coming from, but I caution blind support. You need to question everything, whether you support it, whether you don't support it. You need to look at what could happen. And if what could happen is not acceptable, the answer is no. Right? If people consider each project on merits without bias, like council is supposed to do, we wouldn't have NIMBY or YIMBY groups coming here, right? Supporting or not supporting shelters or interim housing or supportive housing, what have you. We would simply have diverse organization for housing that makes sense. And I think that's what we need to look at. We need to look at something called housing that makes sense. And housing that makes sense isn't always a yes. Right? There's no such thing as housing at any cost because some costs are too high. And unless we recognize that, we're going to put people in needless jeopardy. Right? Let's not be so consumed with the outcomes that we lose sight of something called quality of life, safety, and the fact that it's not housing that we're deciding on. We're deciding on people. And in this case, we're bringing families into it, so we're deciding on children. I want everyone to hear that over and over and over again. Right? And while Some of us may say, well, the means justify the ends. I say, when at all possible, we need to justify the means and the ends, right? We can't do a disservice to people on one side or the other. We shouldn't do that. Eva said, when you see risks without good solutions, don't take them. And I think, especially if children are on the line, and people say, well, what is this about children? I think, do you not know what this project is? I hear a lot of talk about political will to approve projects that have less support. But to be honest, I think that as politicians and as people looking at managing a populace, we should really find out where that resistance is coming from. And we should really address that instead of simply saying, you need to have political will, right? We need to find out where the resistance is coming from, and we need to turn it. Because without community support, you're not going to get a lot of good projects here. You're not going to get a lot of happiness here. Like I've said many times, sitting right here in the audience, that the people on this council are not the kings and queens of this city. Their job isn't to, we're civil servants. We're supposed to amplify the people's voice, find out what the actual problem is, right? And amplify their voices.
No, please, no, please.
Not simply.
And Vice Mayor Park, if you wrap up soon so other council members can speak as well. Please, no comments. Thank
Understood.
you.
Understood, right? Because I think that the city, civil servants are supposed to amplify the people's voices, not replace them with our own. Like I've always said this, and you can go back 10, 15 years and hear me saying this in council. It's not about politics. It's about being responsive to communities, because it's really easy to lose the trust that erodes with every single type of this decision where people say, you didn't listen to us. Right. And I'm going to tell you, every political decision that erodes trust was poorly managed. It was done very poorly. Residents know the difference. The county must also have political will. The Board of Supervisors also needs to have political will to hold all cities accountable for their people unhoused. With a project with the numbers that we have in front of us, the cities of Cupertino, Los Altos, Los Gatos, and Morgan Hill could house the entirety of their unsheltered population, given the 2022 point-in-time reports. But why are they not being asked to do this? Like, why are we not looking? They weren't even asked, to look in those places. But I would like to ask everyone in the public, regardless of support, regardless of the outcome, to work with me, with council, but work with me. Like, I'd love to work with you to help the people unhoused in the city, or any city. I don't even care if you don't live in Santa Clara. I will 100% work with you. I've identified a lot of people, a lot of partners that are willing to work towards shelters, right? And I'd like to put our good intentions to actual good use. I would like to ask city staff and the new city manager to bring forth recommendations that actually could have immediate effects, like vouchers with incremental costs, vouchers for homeless people. We don't have to wait till this project is built. If we see a homeless person, if we see families with children, give them a voucher, they're off the streets immediately. Like, we need to work to this. And if we have to ask people if they'll allow us to do this, that's not doing our job. We need to find a way to convince them to work with us, right? And no is not the right answer. Keep trying, right? Last thing I just want to say, if we are not able to redirect or transform, and I just wrote this before, but it's by thinking about this all this week, because I wasn't really sure how I was going to vote last week. I'll be honest with you, I wasn't really sure. I was very conflicted on a lot of things, but I'm not conflicted right now. I think we all want shelter. I 100% want shelter. I talk to people on the streets. I talk to people who really want shelter, especially this week. I couldn't find them this week. I wanted to talk to them today, especially after the rain, and say, hey, what do you think now? I could not find them. But I would like to transform our concern, our fear, our support, our approval of and for people unhoused. I'd like to transform that into an understanding that helping solve homelessness and getting people off of the street is just as important to public safety as police salaries. and fire salaries. Like, we need to understand that. You know, and having housing with supported services, I commend Life Moves for doing this. But at the same time, I see that you're looking at one group of people. Like, we'd like to help those people that we're bringing in, but if it comes at the expense of the people already here, I don't know that I can say yes to that. And if I don't think that the environment that we're creating for the people that we're bringing in is going to be, you know, this fearless, safe environment that we'd like children to live in, I don't know if I can support that either. So I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. No. Please stop. Please. I'm asking nicely. Thanks. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. This is an important interim housing solution for families. It could be the start of perpetuating a cycle of homelessness. It could be the start of stopping perpetuating a cycle of homelessness. I have visited, I said this in the last meeting, I have visited the shelter in Sunnyvale. And as much as it is a place for people to be safe, to have them off the street, it is not a place for children. It's not a place for children. I have heard from many for and against this particular project. And I have talked to teachers. I have talked to longtime families who have lived in Santa Clara, and some of them for over 50 years. And they all support this project. And because they have seen the need. They love this city, and they want to see the people that are here taken care of. So when you hear that, yes, the majority of the people that are here tonight, they've spoken, or they spoke last week, they've expressed their concerns. But again, there's two sides. And so the position I'm taking tonight is because of the people that I've spoken to and their voices. It's their voices that I'm listening to, because this has been hard for me as well. But in the long run, I am a mom, and I know how invaluable it is for my child to have had a place, a roof over her head and a bed to sleep in. And when I think about these families that are out on the street, that don't have a place to call home, when I hear the teachers talk about, you know, what they see in their students as a result of not having a place to live, a proper place to live, it impacts so many. And in the long run, keeping people on the street is more expensive than having a place for them to live. So we have been presented an opportunity, and I really appreciate all of the input, the feedback. I've listened, I've made notes. But we have an opportunity now to make a difference in our city. We have a potential interim project here. We have permanent housing. Santa Clara is making strides to take care of her people. And I couldn't ask for anything more, and be proud to know that my city is stepping up and doing the right thing. As this has all played out, best practices are being developed, and it's going to help our city become stronger in the long run when it comes to providing interim housing, permanent housing, affordable housing. These are all steps that our police department is learning, our fire department, your city council, your city staff. Everybody is learning from these experiences, even the county. So, as much as it's been a hard decision for many of us, no matter what side you may be on, in the long run, this is the best thing for Santa Clara and how I feel right now, and more importantly for the children and their future and putting a roof over their head. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So, first of all, thanks to all the residents who took part into this decision-making process. And it makes our life easy as well as a little bit difficult when we hear so many of dissenting views. But at the end of the day, it's democratic process, and your participation, your engagement makes us more wiser to take a better decisions. And if we don't listen to our residents, that means we are not doing our job properly. And this galvanizing of residents, and I take example of our downtown movement, grassroots movement. It has been going on for so many years. Every election cycle, council members who were on the ballot used to say, oh, we will build downtown, we will help build downtown. Nobody did nothing till the time the residents raised the issue from the grounds up. And that's what I think I saw in this particular issue. But I would suggest something. As Councilmember Jain mentioned, please stay active, get involved into other commissions, and don't stop your activism on this issue only. You have to stay involved in the other issues which impact you. It may not impact you right as your neighborhood, but some of the decisions we make here for long term, like budget we passing, the financial decision we take, it does impact you. The garbage rates we increase, it does impact you. The electricity rates we increase, it does impact you. So your feedback on those issues is equally important. So I hope you all will stay engaged into these issues and stay active on that. So I'm also divided in a way, like the issues over here is homelessness. How come in this country, like we are so-called #1 country in the world, and we don't have a good housing policy, we don't have a good medical insurance policy, which is too exorbitant, too costly for our residents, and we don't have a good education policy for our college kids because of the political will is not there to solve those things. That's the main thing. Every European country has, most of the European countries have a great education, a free college education for almost everyone. Why don't we have in this country? Almost free medical facilities for all the residents. I was surprised to know, even if Portugal has opened up their immigration, if you can tell them that you have a monthly income of $2,500 from here, you can immigrate to Portugal and they will provide you free medical for life. Why can't we do it over here? So these are some of the issues, like we as a politicians who need to look into these things and solve into these things. Now, homelessness issue, like this thing came up over here as if interim housing is the only solution to the homelessness. And I don't think that's the only solution with it. I have issues with this thing, multiple issues. First of all, I'm not convinced with the track record of Life Moves. To them, we are giving out $3.5 million. And if you do the math, $3.5 million for managing, I took a lower average number, managing 30 units, it comes out to be almost $115,000 per unit of managing those units. Comes out to be $9,700 per family spending on those families. Do you think that's the best way of our taxpayer dollars to be spent like that? Councilmember Vice Mayor Park did mention about the voucher programs. There are some other options. So I'm not convinced with the management of this thing, and I'm not convinced with it to the people I'm trying to hand over the management of these sites, basically. Permanent housing. I read certain articles, I read even in context of this article. The issue is, yes, interim housing is the need of the hour, but why we are not successful in providing the eliminating successfully homelessness? Because we do not have adequate housing availability, whether we come from interim housing pool or whether we have others who fall into homelessness. So that's the approach. Like, we don't have to fix on one approach. We have to consider is as a totality that what are the solutions on the table, basically. We as a council member have to be fiscally sound. And I don't think our money, the city's money, is being best utilized for next 7 years, and after that we don't even know what's going to happen after 7 years. So, as I mentioned earlier, we had 120 units for Civic Center Drive, and we are investing almost around $4 million. And those are 120 units. Here we have 30 units, basically, and we are investing more than $3.5 million every year for next 7 years, and we don't know what the scope of the project would be after that. So, to me, this is not a fiscally sound decision-making process. And your participation into it, like, you have to understand, the county can take a decision. County can take a decision whichever way they want to go. They can solely take a decision whichever they want to know. But I heard from the county representative that they can still get the home key funding for making it a permanent housing. So I would try to put an alternate motion after I'm done with my comments, basically. So the major issue the residents have highlighted is the public safety issues, basically. And have we answered that question to you that we will solve your public safety issue? I don't think so. I don't think so, right? So you're not asking much. Any common resident will ask for the same thing. And I was very particular about the low barrier issues. What are the barriers you are trying to put? What are the barriers? And that's a very pertinent question. And that's a very pertinent question from the resident itself. You need to find out what are the barriers, what are the low barriers, who will be staying in your neighborhood, basically. And I don't think we have an answer for that. Our city is in a deficit already. I'm not sure we can afford any more public safety officers at this stage with the deficits we are having to take care of the public safety for this particular incident over there. So that's one issue I think we need to look at it, basically.
Is that all?
No, I'm missing this thread, ma'am. Right, okay. The past records about life moves are not so good. And if we are trying to hand over this issue to them with the same, knowing what they have done in the past, I don't feel comfortable with that. And one more think from fiscally responsible point of view. We started with 90 units. We started with the 90 people who will be coming to the 90 to 120 persons who will be coming to this facility, and we budgeted this $3.5 million operational cost according to that. Think of it, if we have a 90 to 120 people, we have to manage 90 to 120 case management cases for them. And now that number of case managements have reduced from 90 to 120 to just 30. How come the same operational costs are being applied, which was to be applied to 120 case management cases, to just 30 families over here? So we need to drill down, we need to find out what are these issues, what are the fiscal issues we are trying to solve. So with the facts coming to light today, and I know it is a big surprise for some of the residents have also got the facts, new facts for you also, I would try to put a new motion on the table. I will refer back to staff with other direction to modify the project or pursue other alternatives. And what other alternatives I mean is, the staff should talk to the county if we can have a permanent housing over there instead of interim housing over there, right? And the county has told that they can look into the permanent affordable housing facility over there. So that's my alternate motion, and staff can pursue that. If I can get a second.
Could you clarify make the motion, like clarify what that motion is?
The motion is, as mentioned by alternative number C in our, like today's PowerPoint, refer back to staff with other direction to modify project or pursue other alternatives. The reason I'm saying this thing is we have to listen to the residents. If we do not listen to the residents, they will lose the interest into any decision-making process going forward. And that's the reason, with all the facts coming together, let's give it opportunity to go back to the county and tell them that our residents are not in line to have an interim housing sort of facility with low barriers in this facility, and as such, we should be looking at affordable, permanent affordable facility at this site if they can do that. That's my motion.
I will second that.
Right, that's an alternative motion. Substitute motion.
Yeah.
All right, so we have a substitute motion, but I still have more speakers, so I'm gonna go through the speakers and then we vote on whether or not to accept the substitute motion first, correct? Okay. Councilmember Hardy, you spoke, but you have more to say?
All I did was make the motion.
Okay, go ahead.
I teach at Wilcox High School. Maybe it would help if some of you had names and faces of the students who struggle with their families. The reality is, when this project first was brought to us, it was very different. And because of your concerns, it has been changed. And so many of you said to me, well, if we're just for families, I'd be fine. Well, that is the proposal. And there is still, I'm hearing the same concerns. If you saw a child in danger, I would think most of you would stop and help and would not count the cost first. Maybe some of you haven't been in this situation. I was 13 years old, and my father was killed, and my little sister was 6 months old. And I was my father was the only one that had a job. At that point, my mom did not even have a college degree. I know what it is to be scared and to not know how things are going to work out. Maybe some of you haven't had to go through that. That's very nice. But we're trying to come up with a way to use the funds that are appropriated for this reason from the state to us. There are limitations on them. The county is the one that has the resources and the land. My motion would protect the city in the long run, and that's why I did that. It would protect us from being, having more funds required. What Councilmember Chahal and Park are proposing would put the city more on the hook because it would make us sponsors. That's what I was trying to avoid. I am sorry that some of you feel very uncomfortable. I looked up a wonderful quote by Michelle Obama. Don't ever make decisions based on fear. Make decisions based on hope and possibility. Make decisions based on what should happen, not what shouldn't. Thank you.
Councilmember Becker.
Yeah, I wanted some clarity. I know that there's a new motion on the floor, but the motion prior, now I'm a little confused because the motion prior, what it looks like based on what I'm reading here is alternative, was alternative A, and it was for actions 1, 3, and 4 per original recommendation. In that original motion, was there something that clarified basically, I thought I heard something that was referencing B in A as well. Was B included in there of a defer action?
City Clerk, can you read what the original motion was?
So if we're basing our motion on the PowerPoint, it's, the original recommendation of 1, 3, and 4 is authorize the Office of the City Manager to negotiate and execute a 3-party letter of intent between Life Moves, County of Santa Clara, and the City of Santa Clara, defining the roles and responsibilities for the financing, operations, and construction management for the home key application for the property located at Lawrence and Benton Street in a final form approved by the city attorney. 3 is authorize the County of Santa Clara to update the City of Santa Clara's permanent local housing allocation 5-year plan by adding Activity 6 to the county's PLHA plan to assist persons who are experiencing or at risk of homelessness and allocating year 3, 4, and 5 funding after deducting administrative costs to the Benton Lawrence interim housing to help fund operations. And 4 is provide direction to return to City Council for approval of a budget amendment appropriating up to $5,500,000 from special revenue funds for operations at the Benton Lawrence interim housing site.
Okay, so to understand, so there was no, I guess what I was trying to get at is when I thought in the original motion, I thought there's also kind of a direction to basically what B was saying here, the intent, defining the roles, the responsibilities, and the financing. So that's included in this 1, 3, and 4? Okay, because I mean, I'm hearing what Councilmember Chahal is saying, Councilmember Park, especially what Councilmember Chahal is saying is, I want to know the specifics of numbers because, I mean, this one thing that was really jumping out to me the most was, which a lot of people responded to me on, which is we are in a deficit. This should be led by the county, and Santa Clara is in the supporting role because the question is, do we give a blank check? Will it be fiscally responsible to give a blank check in 7 years? So reading that, it seems like, oh, okay, yeah, it does have A then, right? Okay, sorry, I just wanted to confirm that because I was really starting to move towards B because I want the specifics. I want, to know that we're not going to be on the hook and construction costs and so on. So
Madam Mayor?
It's in there.
If I might,
Yes,
just to
go ahead,
clarify the
please.
distinction, between those actions. Appreciate the request for clarification, Member Becker. There is a difference. The action that's the primary, motion and second awaiting the disposition of the substitute motion is a little bit different than alternative B because it authorizes within the parameters that were presented to you, right, addressing all of those issues, the city manager to negotiate and actually execute an LOI. It's a non-binding LOI, which would have all the details, not all the details, general terms, right, for the city's financing, of the project and various conditions along the lines of what staff identified as important conditions, for you. That will come back to you in the form of a final agreement. What B says is, it's a little short of that. It says you want a negotiated LOI to come back to you, which would be a slower, process because the LOI would then need to be turned into, a final agreement. So it would really be 2 checks back with the council as opposed to authorizing and directing the city manager to negotiate an LOI with a final version of that agreement coming back to you. So that's a distinction. They're related, but I wanted to clarify that so that you understood what you were acting on, of course, as always.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
And one last question I have is, considering that this is dealing with money and it does end up coming back to us, is there going to be a need for 5 votes because of, is it dealing with the budget?
Depends on the timing, whether it's during the budget cycle or out of budget cycle.
Not an amendment.
Not an amendment, okay.
EHLA funds, so I don't think so. But
Not on
the stuff.
Not on those funds, annual funds. All right.
Okay.
To be determined at later, TBD.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, we're discussing, and it might be helpful maybe for Andrew to come up to understand if there's a meaningful aspect of this that would need to come back to you anyway. If you've noticed, item 4 is a direction to staff to bring back the action. And so Member Becker's acting, is that a 5-vote, action because those monies need to be appropriated? And so the fair question for staff is, are those monies already appropriated for this purpose, or would an appropriation be required when that item comes back to staff, which I assume would come back along with the proposed final agreement?
Yeah. Thank you. So the short answer is that there will be things that need to come back to council pretty much in any of these alternatives. In the motion, we would return, if the council goes forward with allocating the funds, we would return to do that, likely as part of the city's budget process. What we're doing tonight would be, under that motion, making a commitment that would allow an application for Home Key to go forward. Without being the sponsor, then the county board would need to act. So the process, the flow from here with all, the motion, the original motion would be, if council acts tonight, then the county board supervisors could decide where not to be a sponsor. Based on that action, it would be possible to submit an application to the state. However, after that, there would yet be council actions on the LOI, as the city attorney just described, and also budget actions that would be necessary to actually follow through with the city's proposed participation in the plan. If you look at the substitute motion, as the city attorney explained, that does not commit the funds at this point tonight. It only included a direction to staff, as I understand it, to go work with the county on a new plan. So then, we would go and proceed to do that. If then we looked at alternative B, as the question that was just raised by Councilmember Becker, the next step would really be for staff to return to the city council with more details on what would be like in the letter of intent, the LOI, that would be provided to the council. And then council could then at that point vote on whether, it would be the same question to the council at that point as you had tonight, essentially do. Now with the additional information on what might be in the LOI, are you prepared to take one of the other actions?
So the question was, do we,
for
allocating funds, depending on whether it's the 3.5 million or whatever it is, does it need 5 votes?
Not tonight.
No, of course not tonight, at the time of allocation.
So if it's done as part of the city's regular budget process, then no, which would probably be what would happen. We would come back, because that's coming up not too far off into the future. right, where the budget is being brought to the city council. So then my understanding is that the adoption of the budget does not require 5 votes during the regular budget cycle.
Outside the budget cycle, it would.
It would.
Okay, thank you. Does that answer your question?
Yeah,
All right.
just want to make sure if we,
Okay, Councilmember Chahal, and then I'd like to make some comments. Go ahead, please. No, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would like to take some opinion from the city attorney. I know Councilmember Hardy did mention that it will put city in some sort of jeopardy if we don't accept your motion, basically, and put an alternative. I just want to ask the city attorney, if we pursue the option C, which we are asking for exploring permanent housing on this site by the county and taking the home key funding for that, does that anyway put city in any position legally where we are losing something, or we can be liable for any lawsuit or something?
So you're asking if, which is your substitute motion, right, Member Chahal? If we pursue option C, does that create any legal, liability or exposure for the city? No, I think as I'd advise you, you're not obligated to approve this project. It's really within your broad discretion to go forward or not. Item C is really just a referral to keep working on, a project that would meet, council's interests.
Thank you.
So no legal issue there.
Thank you. So the fear of that is gone, Ms. Hardy. Okay, and the reason I'm saying that is because there is some information which residents have to digest about it. They have to know that I think today is the first day they might have come to know that, hey, these are the actions county can take anyway, or these are the actions the city council can take anyway. So that's the reason I'm saying if we go for option C, we have some more time to digest this issue, and you as a resident have a little bit more time to digest what action, whether if we say yes on this thing or no on this thing or no on this thing, what are the consequences and why those consequences are. That's why I'm buying some more time on that.
All right, thank you. All right, I just wanted to make comments. There's been a lot said tonight, and I don't have to repeat some of the things that have been said, but I've been following this project for a while and listening to all the public testimony at the outside engagement hearings that the county put on. I've read everything that has come in, listened to everyone, and I had an uneasy feeling about this project from the very beginning when it was presented to the city council. It wasn't until just a couple weeks ago that we got the details of the project when it was in the staff report prior to our last meeting that I really got a big picture of what was being proposed. And I was uncomfortable with it. I thought that there was many parts of the project that were just half-baked and not fully transparent as to what was happening. For instance, the fact that it was a project for individuals and then was changed to a family project. But then in the details of the family project, it turns out that if there weren't enough families, it could also be individuals as well. And I felt like we didn't have any control over that. And I think that is still the case, that we don't have control over that. I saw that the county was asking the city to take on a huge responsibility financially, not just financially, but the liability of the project as well. And I saw that, and that again made me uneasy. And I tried to ask questions that I didn't get answers readily available. And I didn't get a lot of the answers really even until tonight. some clear answers as to what was happening. And so that again made me feel very uncomfortable. And I know when I vote on a project, I want it to be able to fully understand what it is and how it affects our city and our resources or our lack of resources, how it affects our public safety, how it's going to affect our neighborhoods. We all want to do the right thing. We all want to make sure that people are housed, properly and safely, and we want to keep our neighborhood safe. Santa Clara is a wonderful city, and we want to keep that, that wonderful feeling to our residents and our families and our businesses and everything else, and house as many people as possible. And I know that many people here tonight and have contacted us that they feel the same way. I know a lot of you do. You want to help people. It's not that you don't want to help people. It's that you want to help people safely and in the proper environment. And when I saw this project and the way it came to us, again, I'm uneasy, uncomfortable with it. I feel like it's something that was put together, and the price tag on it is enormous. It's an enormous price tag. Not just for the services that are going to be provided, but going forward, if the city was to co-sponsor this, I don't think it's sustainable for us at all, because I still don't know what happens after year 7. There is no clear picture after year 7, and I wouldn't want to see a project that's only up and built for 7 years. That makes no sense whatsoever. This kind of reminds me of the project that we had proposed on San Tomas Expressway and Monroe, where there was it was a shelter that was proposed. I think it might have been a transitional shelter. And the neighborhood came out in force and said, no, we don't want this. And it was very contentious, I have to say, very, very contentious. But at the end of the day, the city owned the property. The city worked with the neighborhood and worked with developers to build a project that you can see today that's permanent housing, permanent affordable housing. That's a tremendous project. It really is a tremendous project. For something that started so contentious and so horrible, I'm telling you, the barbs going back and forth were terrible, but resulted in something that the neighborhood could really buy in on and really be proud of. And if you drive by it now and look, I mean, it's colorful, it's wonderful, it's clean, it's nice, and it fits in. It fits in well. And I think that the residents, once they're in there, and they're going to be all different, income levels, and I think we have veterans in there, and it's for accessible units, and I mean, it's a tremendous project. So I love it. This is something that, looking at Santa Clara investing in this project, because we would be one of the major investors, whether it's limited to the $7 million or whether it's, goes further, depending on, I'm still not quite sure of the motion, but when you have a community that has this much opposition to something that we are supposed to spend millions and millions of dollars on. And, we're all supposed to do the right thing, but we're also supposed to listen to the community to tell us, hey, if maybe we're off track a bit, or, at the end of the day, when you have a project there, you want the community to support it. You really do, in order for it to be successful. Otherwise, there's going to be complaints and calls and police, presence there all the time and everything else. So, I can't say that we can vote strictly on, raise your hand and here's the, the majority approves it. It's not that way, but you want to have we're a community. We all have to live together, work together, play together. And we want to make sure that we all support what's there. But I think that the way this project came forward, and it was a little short on details. And when it was short on details, it made our community, suspect what was really happening and not trust, and have little trust in what the what the county, as well-intentioned as the county is, what the county was trying to do, what Life Moves, they have some issues we're hearing about, some issues with Life Moves. But I think the way it came forward really led to where we are today. I do believe that. And had it been, completely put out there to exactly what it was and maybe changed right away to family units, with a commitment that it's going to be family units, maybe it would have led to a little more trust. But I think the way it's come in, it's not something I can support. As much as I want to help, I think that I have too many questions. I would want to make sure that it's only for families, Santa Clara families, that were prioritized there, only families, that the security, the way it was really looked at by our Santa Clara Police Department, to really look at what that is and to keep both the occupants of the project and the residents around safe. But, we're still trying to recover from COVID, and we're really trying to recover and really, bring our ranks back up in the police department and other things. And we have a ways to go. So I don't want to see, other areas of town not being protected. And our police department does the best job they can do, but our service levels are not where I would want to see them. But we're getting there. But I think it's going to take a lot of resources. I would like to see the county fully fund the project. I don't mind putting some money in, but county is responsible for social services. They get funded for social services. I would like to see them take the responsibility, the liability, like they are with other projects in Santa Clara. If it's going to go forward the way it appears that there might be the votes here, there should be an annual review of what's happened there. And the city's contribution, if the council decides to go with it, should be limited. And I think that if this project isn't successful, there's a better project, and whether it's what Councilmember Chahal has proposed of permanent housing, I think maybe we could have a success story like we did on Santa Moss and Monroe, do something like that. But I'm uncomfortable with this project, the way that it has been presented, and the way that I've had to really dig to get some answers on it that I shouldn't have to do. And it's just, it's not something, I'm not going to support the motion. I'll consider the alternate motion to see if we can do something with permanent housing and something that our community can really support. Because at the end of the day, we've got the two motels on the El Camino. We have the Western Motel and the Bella Vista. The city, those are county projects, but we took them, they're no longer motels. We no longer get transient occupancy tax. We have, agreed to that. And so we're participating in that. We're trying to do as much affordable housing as we can in Santa Clara, the good, responsible way, and get community support for that. But this is not, I'd like it to be better. It should have come in better than it did. So I won't be supporting the main motion. No, please. So now we have the substitute motion. So the question is, does the council want to accept the substitute motion to vote on the substitute motion?
That's right, Mayor. It's a two-step process.
It's a two-step process, confusing. So City Clerk, could you read the substitute motion, please?
So first, it'll be moving forward to vote on substitute motion. If that passes, then
Then we actually vote on the substitute.
Then you will be
This
voting.
is to accept the
yes,
substitute
to
motion.
move forward to vote on that. I can read it out right now or when we get there?
Yes, so read it in case
So
people
refer back
forgot.
to staff with other direction to modify project to permanent housing or pursue other alternatives. Is that correct to the maker of the motion?
Alternatives like permanent housing or
She said
anything else
permanent housing.
We can find out, right?
So you'd like me to move permanent housing to the end of that?
So this is whether or not we would consider this motion to instruct our staff to look at alternatives for the property, like permanent affordable housing. Right? Is that the motion?
So this is first just to see if you accept to vote on that.
Just to see if we accept to have discussion and vote on that.
So Councilmember Watanabe.
No.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
No.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
No.
Councilmember Becker.
No.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, so that fails 4-3. So now we have the original motion. Can you read the original motion again?
So the original motion was staff recommendation 1, 3, and 4. You'd like me to read that again?
Just so it's clear.
Okay. Authorize the Office of the City Manager to negotiate and execute a three-party letter of intent between Life Moves, County of Santa Clara, and the City of Santa Clara, defining the roles and responsibilities for the financing, operations, and construction management for the home key application for the property located at Lawrence and Benton Street in a final form approved by the City Attorney. 3, authorize the County of Santa Clara to update the City of Santa Clara's permanent local housing allocation 5-year plan by adding an Activity 6 to the county's PLHA plan to assist persons who are experiencing or at risk of homelessness and allocating year 3, 4, and 5 funding after deducting administrative costs to the Benton Lawrence interim housing to help fund operations. And 4, provide direction to return to City Council for approval of a budget amendment appropriating up to $5,500,000 from special revenue funds for operations at the Benton Lawrence interim housing site.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Chahal, you have a comment?
Yeah, just a quick comment, Madam Mayor. I did mention that I want to have affordable housing component to be put in the community, and we need more affordable housing. But I think the alternate we have chosen is not the best one, keeping in view our financial fiduciary duty. I'm really concerned about the $28 million we will be spending. Our full amount of PHLA money will be going into this thing. We will not have any money left over for any other affordable housing investment into the city. And other reason is the track record of Life Moves is not that great. I'm really upset about their past performance, especially the Mountain View facility. That's the one reason. And other thing is, we are basically taking a decision in a haste by accepting that $3.5 million plus money to do the case studies, which is primary duty of the county. Basically, we already paid taxes on that. Just to get home key funds of $22 million, we are jeopardizing a lot of other issues on the table, basically. So I will not be supporting that motion, and I wish we had some more time to decide. Even if they accepted my motion, we could have brought this motion back into that day, but I will not be supporting this motion. Sorry about that. Not that I'm against affordable housing or against homelessness. I want to support that, but I have a fiduciary duty to do it in the right way, and that's the reason I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Park.
Yeah, I just want to say if this passes, I have a request for the county and for Life Moves, which is, I mean, you have the same densities, you actually have the same heights, but I would like you to address the low barrier aspect of the project. And I mean, you are not managing properties, you're managing people. At some point, spend more money on staff salaries. Thank you.
Thank you. I won't be supporting the motion either. I don't see that it prioritizes families as a condition. Security approved by Santa Clara Police Department. The funding isn't super clear, and I don't think the city's contribution is limited. So I know everything's going to come back, and we'll be able to see the details in a letter of intent. But I can't, there's too many of these things that aren't certain for me that protect our community, so I'm not supporting it as well. Councilmember Becker, and then we're going to go for a vote.
Thank you, Mayor. In the original motion, 1, 3, and 4, I know the mayor brought up a specific thing, which is an annual review. Is that something that's in already? Is that something that we can put into the letter of intent, something that we can include? Because if that's the case, then I would like to make a friendly amendment and add that to the letter.
I am fine with that. The reality is the staff will be writing that letter of intent, and we will be going over that very carefully.
Okay, I just want to make sure that if this is going to happen, that we have an annual review, that it's only families, and we confirm those things, that we have those annual reviews, and that we make sure that it is free of basically trying to reduce crime and stuff like that. If that would be appropriate.
All right, City Clerk.
Madam Mayor, I had my hand up.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes, I think the packet talks about a community advisory committee that would be from the residents in the neighborhood. And I think that was going to meet quarterly anyway, and some residents were asking for that to meet monthly. There will be, in the proposal, the community involvement to make sure that the facility is being managed properly. I believe that's still in there. And then I wanted to discuss the point that, I'm hearing that, sure, we have deficits in the city, and that people are concerned about the finances of the city. But, then I hear Councilmember Parks saying, well, if you need to double salaries to get the right people, then do that. Well, it's always about money. And everyone is budget limited. You can't just pay, everyone $1 million. It's just not going to work. And so we have to be fiscally responsible with this money. And as Life Moves had said, they pay at the 75th percentile. So I think that that's a pretty good target to be hitting. And, everyone is struggling with finding workers. So I'm just saying that I'm supporting this project because Mountain View reduced their homeless population by 43%. I would love to see Santa Clara go that way, and I just cannot tolerate having kids living in cars and in the creeks. Thank you.
All right, City Clerk.
Madam Mayor, can I make a
Do you have a
quick comment?
The quickest comment of all
Quick,
time?
yep.
Yes, okay.
Thank you. As Vice Mayor Park did mention about the low barrier thing, we need to discuss that in our letter of intent very broadly, like what we want basically. And the second thing is, if we are going this route, I want strictly to mention that this will be a family-only facility on the letter of intent. If we can mandate that somehow, that would be great. Thank you.
That's not in the motion, but okay. All right, motion, please.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I'm sorry, if I might. There's on one of your slides here, there was a suggested key term, section. My assumption as a staff person was that you were acting on items, is it 1, 3, and 4? the makers of the motion and the folks about to vote on it. With the understanding that those terms that were identified there and others, certainly, because that's hardly the entire list, would be things that staff would endeavor to negotiate, as part of this project, obviously led by city manager with support from my group. The specific point about annual review, I was wondering, Mayor, and I don't want to get us too far off track, if the county had an idea of that. I would say at a minimum annual review, because I can imagine there being all sorts of reviews built into that process, which would require potentially more, than that. So I wanted to say, Mayor, that there's guts, I think, to this that we would include as part of it, and certainly periodic review was contemplated by city approval and oversight of project operations. I wouldn't want to limit it and specify to annual because we may end up, based on discussions with the county, wanting more than that. I bet the state requires annual review too, so.
Well, the devil's in the details, as they say, and if an annual review doesn't have any teeth in it, it doesn't mean anything. So depends how you write it and what it means and what are the consequences of an annual review.
Mayor,
So
that is,
I'm sure you know all that.
Yeah, they're 100% true and about a lot of these other provisions as well. And again, remember, ultimately, while the LOI may allow them to, to proceed, with their application, any funding from the city would be conditioned on a final agreement that would come back to all of you for approval. So just wanted to make sure that was built into your understanding of what you're asking us to do.
So is the staff recommendation not to accept the friendly amendment?
I guess it doesn't create any issues, for us. I just wanted to make sure it's going to be much more than that.
Thank you.
Sure.
And let me expound upon that. I think we're totally fine with the friendly amendment adding in an annual review. I think it's already more or less contemplated. I do think part of the friendly amendment I heard Council Member Becker mention is ensuring that it's for families. But I also want to note that I heard Councilmember Jahal and Councilmember Park mention not having a low barrier or further definition of low barrier, but that was not accepted in the friendly amendment. And so I just want to be clear in what was accepted, and if through the mayor we're clear on that, I think staff is certainly fine.
Vice Mayor Park, did your hand still up? Did you?
So, because I heard my name, so I think when we're talking about hiring, everything 75th percentile sounds really good until you realize that that's not enough. And that wasn't my point. My point wasn't to get more money. My point was to stop treating people like objects. And staff for supporting housing in particular. We need to get the best people to manage these projects, not the people that we can find. And especially when that's a known problem and consistent problem in Mountain View. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
No.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park.
Absolutely not.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
No. Motion passes 4-3. All right. Thank you, everyone, for coming. And the next time this will come back is with a letter of intent from the county. So I'm sure you'll all be very engaged and follow this as to what's happening.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry.
Do we have any idea as to when this LOI would come back for the public's benefit?
Yes, Madam Mayor, it's not the LOI that comes back. It would be the final agreement that would come back based on the direction.
Do we have any idea?
That's the right question, yeah.
Director Crabtree? We need microphones at the little tables over there.
So I do need to sit down with the attorney and discuss what the timeline will look like to develop the contents of the LOI. We'll certainly work to bring it back as quickly as we can. But at this point, we have sufficient direction for the county to take their action on whether or not they're going to sponsor it and then potentially submit the application to the state. So
Okay, thank you.
I don't have a
We don't
certain
know
date, but I would
at this point.
estimate, in a couple months, it'll be a couple months.
Couple months.
3 or 4 months, yeah.
Thank you very much. All right, is there any reports from council members and special committees? Seeing none, City Manager, Executive Director, Kathy?
My light wouldn't come on, I'm sorry. Yes, I just want to give a quick update. One of the commissions that I serve on actually chair the Recycling and Waste Reduction Commission, just as in their efforts to work with restaurants and supermarkets, there's an organization that has worked with recovering food and keeping it from going into the landfill. And last year, in the first 6 months of last year, almost 10 million pounds of food was saved from going into the landfill. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager?
No report.
No report. Thank you. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion?
We have a motion and second to adjourn. Just a second. We're almost done. City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Park.
No.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes 6-1. This meeting is adjourned.